21. Won't you do something for me? Put to the outright for me. 21. We got on late tonight. What's the deal? Laugh backup is in here. What up, brother? How you doing, man? How you doing? I'm good, man. I'm good. Talk to myself. Y'all hit them likes for me, man. Whoever in the building, hit them likes for me, man. About to get this night started. 21. Won't you do something for me? Talk to outright for me. 21. Do your thing, 21. Won't you do something for me? Da da da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Do your thing, 21. I'm on late tonight. Your thing, 21. Gift. I set boundaries for my ex-wife, baby mama. Okay, I feel you on that. You from Chicago? All right, my brother. Okay. Detroit, Chicago. You ain't that far from me, man. How's it, man? I know you gotta. It's heavy out there. I already know. This ain't really that much different from Detroit for real. You dang near can't even go to your car without watching your back. 21. What's do something for me? Don't for me. 21. 21. For for me. Let me see something. Let me set these up real quick. What you do something for me? What you got for you got enough followers? I can't get in the box yet. What you got for number 2 for me? What you got? What you got? Niche in the building. What's the deal? What is the deal with the roses? With the roses. Why don't? It's weird. 21. Go to the op right for me. 21. All info. I don't know. Do you really know? Do you know if you know? I don't know if you know if you know. Do you know if you know? We don't know if you know. I gotta leave my own room real quick. Gotta check something. Thank you for that share, Niche. I niche that. Come to the app right for me. 21. Do your thing, 21. Pembroke. What is this? Pembroke on what? Southfield or Greenfield? Oh, shoot. Yeah. Dang, 21. 21. Alright, let's see something real quick. Yeah. I don't know. She been trying to drive. What? It looked like I just looked at it. I seen her on like she was on Southfield and Pembroke. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I'm seeing her every freaking damn where, and her phone dead than shit.
Yeah, cause she just left us on buzz mode once again.
What?
So I left again on buzz mode. Another long night.
Was she drinking?
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
You saying yeah?
I said yeah. Wow. It looked like I seen her. I just looked at it. Said she on Southfield and Pembroke. She look like she stopped somewhere. Like she don't went somewhere.
I can't even hear you. If you come to me,
It said look like she don't went somewhere. It says Southfield or something. And Pembroke, that's where she is. So
yeah, I see you saying Pembroke and Southfield. What the frick is all that shit?
I don't know.
How the fuck she gonna take her damn ass at home? Period. Always got to have somebody worried about her ass.
Yeah, we've been going through this all night.
Ass damn phone on 1%. They ain't answering shit.
Moving on, life help you get over them. Most definitely. Yeah, moving on. That's the best way to do it, though. So, what did you have to do to get over them, though? Like, even though you moved on, what you do, like, what actions did you take to move on? Because I want people to get in details on how to get over situations. Everybody got their own little way of, getting over it. And maybe they can help somebody that ain't over somebody. That's why I I'm about to say, that'd have been a good boundary, you know what I'm saying?
What?
That's why I said that'd have been a good boundary to let her know if she drinks, she can't get in the car.
And I told her that plenty over and over again, but I didn't know she was going over there. I thought y'all was going to whatever movie night or whatever.
Yeah, I knew so.
She's going over there and start freaking and drinking. I thought she might have been with your mama to tell the truth.
Yeah, it's a long night. I would talk about it though, but I'm on live now. But I will talk about it. It was a long night. What's the deal, fairy tale? What's the deal? What is the deal? Let me read some of these questions I missed. Hang with friends, find hobbies I like. Okay, so that's what you do. Okay, that's some good stuff. That's some good stuff to let that be over. Moving on, okay. Q, comedians are all subjects, fair game. Put this on your list. Comedian are all subjects, fair game. Are all subjects fair game? Oh, tricky one. Hang with friends, find hobby. I cut their face out on all their pictures. Wow. You gotta tell in detail, but how did you get over them though? Like, what did you do to get over them? I'm talking about emotionally, because even you can do that, but it takes time to, emotionally get over certain people. You gotta, there's other stuff, I would say, to not carry it on to your next relationship. If I was blind, I would be racist because all I seen is blacks. Wow. Dang. Fairy tale, I wanna know. I see why. Hi, Kev. So you are over me taking a phone call? So are you over me taking a phone call and dropping out your live? I'm gonna think about it. Because I don't do that. We don't do that cheating around here. You don't cheat on my live. If a couple break up, does none of the parental parties leave the kids too? What's the deal? Cosmo in the building. What's the deal, man? I spend a lot of time reflecting on myself while walking in the woods. Okay, that's some good stuff, Rabbit. That's good stuff. That's some good stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna type for an hour again, Mister. Type for an hour. Oh, come up in the box. You ain't gotta type. I know your mouth work. That's what I said. That's what she said. Oh, never mind. Come on in the box. Stop acting like both of y'all come in the box. Stop acting like y'all strangers. It look like Niche can come up in the box. Come on, show that big hair you got. After a breakup, do your friends have? She got all the questions. Do your friends have to choose? Do your friends have to choose? What you mean? You punished me yesterday by not letting me up. No, I didn't. What the heck are you talking about? I was joking. That's why you ain't never request back up. I thought you got back up in the box. I thought you did. That's weird. I was over there joking about you. I said you was cheating on my live. Oh, that's what you was meaning yesterday when you said you was gonna type a lot. You would think about You would think about it, you said. You think about it, you said. My brain hurting tonight. Mm-mm. There you go. You know, I wanted to see them fleek eyebrows and stuff. Got the long. Okay, she got it in a bunsy buns today. Okay.
I said, let's get this out the way.
Yeah, get it out the way. Yeah. Let me go ahead and see that smile and stuff. You know,
Let's get
I
this
got
out the way.
tattoos,
Hmm?
tattoos and stuff. Okay.
Ooh, now you in my business.
Yeah, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Mm-mm. Did you? You know I wear glasses, right?
You wear glasses? Okay, glasses game. Let's go. Well, I see why you squinting now. Oh, yeah, it's obvious now. You like, I wear glasses.
You need to go get him. He said, not if they don't invite you both to the event. No, I'm saying like, you know how you get into a relationship and then you have friends, like y'all have friends together. Like when you break up, do your friends have to choose?
Oh,
Like,
I
are you
get.
that guy? They'll be
If
like,
you
you can't.
break up, hold up, what friends? So you saying you start off with friends? Hmm.
Either you start off with friends or y'all make friends while you in the relationship, but then y'all break up. Like, do you expect your friends to stop dealing with them?
Oh, my friends to stop talking to my ex?
Hmm.
Yeah. What the heck? They ain't got nothing to do with them no more. All my
But
friends
y'all
need to
all
talk to my
friends.
ex for. Nah, no, we not. If that's I can see. Okay, that's like my best friend right now. If my boy and I'm with my girl and stuff, just because they was or I don't think nah. Once I broke up, it's a wrap. I don't think my friend gonna try to talk to who I broke up with. That's be weird. I don't think
But
they friends like that.
I
No,
think
They
it's
like
wouldn't.
up
what?
to your. I think it's up to your friends to choose.
Yeah, but that'd be weird. Why would they talk to my ex?
No, I'm
Well,
saying the friends
What
that you.
what other reason they gotta talk to my ex for? Be friends with my ex?
well,
They
because
was only
The
they
they was
were
friends that
only
friends
friends
with
with
the
my
both
ex.
of you.
No, they
did
was
you guys
only
never
friends.
double
Huh?
date? You never double date. You never went to
Yeah.
the football. You like when you what is it?
Uh,
I'm like the football game. What is it?
uh,
Super Bowl. Yeah, Super Bowl party.
I guess it
Right.
depend on what type of friend you are. I'm about to say Slim Goody on the same tip. I'm like, that's weird. Like, why would why would your friend be still talking to your ex? But
Well,
yeah,
What if
I guess it
what if
depends on the type of friend it is, though. It depends. I guess I don't know, but like I know,
obviously
like if
somebody
it's
that
my
has a relationship with her?
huh?
Obviously somebody that has a relationship with her. I'm not saying like they start talking to him after y'all break up. I'm saying like if you guys are all like cool, like maybe she cool with his girlfriend and she still come over his house.
I doubt it. That's weird. I doubt.
Really?
I would doubt if say it was my girl. I doubt they'd be around my friend that much to even be able to get that close. Anyways, I don't. I highly doubt that. It's like,
I get her point. You know, when I was married, we made friends during our marriage.
oh,
So we
married
met
friend.
people and they became friends, you know, and
Yeah,
there were
I
other
guess.
couples and we went out together doing stuff together with other couples. And then when you break up, who are these
Okay,
couples going to be friends with? Do they have
that's
to
why I said it
choose
depend
or
on the friend. It depend on the friend. That's what I'm about to say. But I'm like, I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about
Not
me.
the ones that are just your friends or,
Yeah, that's what I say. He was throwing me off. That's why I was wondering what you was talking about. I ain't know. I guess
obviously
if
not
they
the
do what they
ones.
want.
You're being silly. Let's see. Slim said, yes, your friends must divorce the ex as well.
Yeah.
I would
It
I
be
never
think
what it is. They
force
made
them.
that choice though, but it wouldn't be around me no more. Like, don't be okay. If I'm split up with my ex, don't be sitting there. You know we about to go out, and then you bring her around along or something like that. That'd be some weird stuff. Like I'm trying to get over her, and you gonna bring
yeah.
her.
No, no,
I didn't say
bring
nothing about
her.
bringing her. I didn't say nothing about bringing her. I'm talking
I'm
about
just
just still
saying,
talk
like
to
y'all that cool. I don't know. That'd be weird.
because
No.
listen, you have female friends?
No, I don't believe men can. But
That's the
that's a
problem.
different
Oh,
thing.
that's another
But
question.
That's the problem then.
no,
I
we ain't
mean, we
about to talk
have
about
guy
that.
friends.
We ain't about to talk about that. I don't even believe I can have female friends, especially myself. I usually don't have female friends. I I think when I was younger, maybe or whatever, but eventually it's either one gonna be I'm gonna either like one, or I'm gonna either like her, or she gonna either liking me. It'll be one or the other. That's how it be.
They trying to
What's
smash.
the point? I don't need no female friend for what?
For a
Listen.
female perspective on
I
things.
already don't even. Yeah, I'm good. I
Right.
don't need no
Thank you,
female
fairy
perspective.
tale. We are good
What
for
do
other
you
things.
female perspective on what? For what?
Well, I have some really good male best friends, and we do other stuff that I do with my girl best friends.
Fairy tale. He gonna say on what, and he invited us to the box.
Yeah, that's a
What
thing.
you talking
Yeah,
about?
that's a
Like
thing.
we just don't have no input.
What you mean? I was talking about. Oh, I thought you talking about me. What I need?
I was talking to you. You said to get females input on what? Like females aren't good for input, and we've been talking
No,
to you
I'm
for all
not
this time.
saying that, but I'm saying no. I'm saying what would I? I'm saying I gotta make friends with a female to. I gotta make friends with a chick to get an input on. I'm saying for what? Like what I gotta get input on what? You know what I'm saying? What I have to? What's that series that I gotta friend a friend a chick to be like I need input. You know
The
on what?
the the thing is, you do different thing with male friends than you do with your girlfriends.
Most definitely, everybody know what her
And
know.
I love, okay, I love a
You
good
on
soccer.
point, right?
No,
That's that one.
listen, I love a good soccer game. My girlfriends don't like it. They don't
Kev.
understand it. So I have this best male friend where we hang and we go to a soccer game and just have, fun over there, and it's different.
I agree, fairy tale. There's some things. There are some things other than those things
Everybody, if I could, I
that
why not? I can have another meal. It's not much I can relate with another woman unless I'm trying to do something with them. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm trying to, it's nothing I really can relate with. You know what I'm saying? It's all. Why if I can get all that, I might as well have another male friend. You know what I'm saying? But
Wow.
I'm even short on that. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
surprised.
then what do you talk to a
Man,
girl about in a relationship?
huh?
Then
Aren't
what
you
do you
friends with your partner in the base?
With my partner, nah, we ain't friends. We no. That
If you
they was talking about that too though. They like when you try to make a friend, like friends is supposed to be friends. You don't have intercourse with your friends. You know what I'm saying? I know they slang that term around and all that stuff, but it
That's
ain't
true.
just
I
like
mean I
another
believe
thing where they say you should be like they be saying parents can be friends with their child. Like no, that's not.
No,
But I'm
that
gonna
is a
say something
whole
out there on another
different
line.
thing. That is a whole different thing. We're talking about
sir.
adults, not adult child
I need you to get it
relationship. That
together.
is a whole different thing. But I myself, I like my partner to be above all my best friend, and that we have sex is an extra on top of it that makes it beautiful and exclusive.
Exactly.
And I can have male friends that I just have fun with and no sex because I don't feel attracted to them sexually.
Right. You don't need that from them.
Maybe you should
Like,
give it a try, Kev.
no, no, no. To each his
Oh, come
own. I ain't
on.
playing that. I'm not playing that.
Listen, this is why you don't know your love language because you only speak one
Oh,
language.
here we go. Y'all be y'all like looking at your face and all that until you say that stuff. I can look at you all day. I like
Let me look in the camera.
then I start not like you no more.
You
Oh
only speak
god.
one language, Kev?
Huh?
You only speak one language?
I speak all of them. Speak
Hmm.
all of them.
Don't
I'm
Well,
say
I
happy
all.
to
think I think
five
you
of
cut
them.
yourself short by not having any female friends.
No, I don't. I
Right.
don't cut myself short at all. I just know. No, I'm not cutting myself short at all.
I think so.
I could be friends with. I mean, I could be friends. You know what I'm saying? I know how to do that, but I'm just saying like. I'm not really looking for either one. Either one, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, it's not something I'm looking forward to, like female friends or male friends. Either one. I got my circle is like two people right now because it's more. The more friends, the more you gotta attend to. The more you gotta. It's a lot. Like especially if you're trying to be deep friends. But then me having a chick friend, that's even harder because I'm be looked to have to protect her in certain situations and all this stuff, and it's a lot. It's dang near like a boyfriend, but not without sex or something like that. That's what it's
My,
dang near
you
like.
only see bears on the road.
You
know?
always you make everything sound like so much hard labor. I'm not gonna even say work,
Yeah,
but like hard labor.
having a friend is such a
Well,
hard
really, like
thing.
for real, don't when you okay, say if something break out, ain't you looking for your male friend to take up for you if something about to break down, right? That
What?
protection, you got the same protection
First of all,
as your boyfriend, right?
I'm not a woman that typically like I just don't have situations where I need protection. I mean, unless you walk into my car because I gotta get something out. But
I
I'm
got you.
not, you know what I mean? Like I don't be fighting in the street.
No, we're not
You-
picking fights for you
Right,
to protect
yeah,
us.
I don't pick fights. I don't attract people that want to fight me. Like it's not too much
Dr. Seuss.
protection going on.
It,
Yeah.
it made me start to wonder what kind of environment you live.
It's
Kind of
not easy.
people.
It's not easy where like how you got it over there, fairy tale. And that's
I
you got
bet.
that. And your name fits you perfect because it'd be a fairy tale to think it's gonna be the
I don't
same as me. It's not the same.
what
And
I
let
see
kind
why
of
you
me
got
let me
that
live in my
name.
fairy tale lands.
I
what
see
kind of
why.
people do you
Because
allow in your space?
I'm in Detroit. It's not easy around here. You really got to be on guard.
Life isn't black or white. There's shades of gray. It's mostly gray. I don't know. I'm sort of a black or white person. I don't really like the gray areas.
You don't like the gray areas. What you got? To
Listen, I told you yesterday, I have a gray spot, the same spot.
Man, nobody barely see that, man. You got me hurt my eyes. I'm about to look like I'm a squint with my glasses and stuff, man.
That's because I put black dye on it.
Uh, Stop hiding that, man. Bring that beauty out, man. It's all right.
It's that one. We're gonna be twins.
Be
Just that
hiding
one
that. Let's
one
go.
time.
Then. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Oh, you're fine with being twins, but not with being friends.
Right. You're not gonna talk to
I
me.
can't. I'll be true, especially with. No, I can't be friends with her.
Oh,
No,
so we can be brother and sister then.
We can't be friends because
I
he's not gonna talk to me.
won't get a
Yeah,
friend.
talk to me online in the box.
Yeah, and I really ain't gonna be friends because I have no love language.
Well, that on the
Like,
other
look,
hand, he doesn't need any female friends because he talks to us every freaking night.
He doesn't regard us as friends though.
I do
No,
like.
no.
I
But I guess
no,
we're
no,
like
no. I ain't saying
sisters
like.
then.
I'm just saying like as in type.
Fairy
So
tale,
what?
he said for what?
I can be friends. I can. I
Give
can
me a
be friends. I
perspective.
can
You
do
talk
the.
about what?
I know my. I can be friends though for real.
We have literally commented on everything.
But it's just. I'm you saying as in like. Uh, I was talking about the breakup. I mean, the what you call it situation. What was you talking about? Somebody looking for extra friends and stuff, and I don't look for no extra friends already, anyways.
I didn't say nothing about looking for extra friends.
And I
I don't
don't
know what
think
you're
It
talking
would
the
be extra to you because you don't have female friends, and I didn't know that. I thought you had at
about.
least one or two. You're
and
such a cool guy.
No,
and
I
I
don't.
I don't think we look for friends. You keep on saying that you use
We
the
don't.
looking
We
for,
don't.
but it
We don't.
happens.
Yeah,
You
we
know, you
don't.
stumble
Yeah, you
upon
right.
people that you like, and then they become friends. It's not as if you are looking for them.
Yeah, you right about that.
You know, it's like we just popped up in your life. You didn't summon us. You didn't look for us. We just came into your life like that without asking.
You right. You
Well,
right. I
fairy
was just
tale,
talking about a whole. I was talking about a whole nother level, but I get you. Yeah, I feel you on that. I
there
feel
was
you. I feel you.
space.
Maybe I'm talking before I'm thinking right now. You right. You right.
And maybe we're not friends, but we're friendly.
Yeah.
Right.
Nice.
Isn't it
That was my.
easy? It's easy
You
dealing
right.
with us, right? Not too much work.
Not too much. Man.
You're not
Not
too
too much.
much tired after it.
He really is tired because he be live and with us all
Yeah,
night
he's falling
long.
asleep every time.
Yeah, I do. I need Poppy.
Mm,
Rabbit, you still down there, man? Meaning his. thoughts on
You can't be
you
friends.
can't be friends with your partner or any woman.
Oh, he's saying he was saying life isn't black and
I
white.
be looking at it as in like I don't know. It's gonna be kind of hard though, man. I don't know. I guess it depends. I picture myself. Uh, have I ever had any chick friends? Like real friends? Let me see. I had like when I was younger. Hmm, nah, that's kind of hard though. So I be trying to picture as in like no one of the drinking nights or something like that. Even though I don't even drink like that. I don't even drink like that no more. But it's just mm, it's always been hard for me. I can't. I don't know. Does it be one or the other end?
But when I was 16 years old, in
Mm.
the Netherlands, when you're 16, you get the permission to drive like these motorcycles, the with not the heavy motors, the ones that go not that fast. Um, and we had this group of friends, like boys and girls, all mixed, and we were all hanging and just, you know, working on those motorcycles and having fun together, and we were friends. So
That's good, Rabbit. You a good one, my brother. You're very good. I might have a Do I have? No, I can't. I
Why?
don't do like that. But, yeah,
so
you a
so
good
Rabbit, is
one.
it hard?
Trevor, tell us why
It's
you don't
hard, all
consider
right.
sleeping with them.
Sorry, sorry.
Yeah, moped or scooters, that, yeah.
Tell us why you don't consider sleeping with them.
They
Please
probably not.
enlighten us.
He
What
not
else are they
attracted
good
to him. That's
for?
what it is.
But what does that mean? They're not physically attractive to him?
I'm talking junk. I don't know.
You can't have
That's
any.
the only way I can figure a man not, want because there's something about them they just or the girls like them and they don't like and he don't like them, so he the friends on them.
What if, I mean, you don't like high body counts,
So
so
I'm
maybe
gonna
you can
put it
have
this. You said what?
nothing. Go ahead.
Like you about to start something else, anonymous.
You
Uh,
missed it.
You know I'm good for
I
starting. So
heard it. I think I'm gonna ignore it, but I heard it though.
okay, okay, go ahead.
Um, what was I about to say about him real quick? I forgot. So you saying, all right, this what I be hitting them because I learned this from Fresh and Fit and them and all that stuff. They be having some valid stuff. I don't know, people don't like them guys. So you saying, Mr. Rabbit, you saying if you was to tell them or you asked, or if they was to ask you to sleep with them, would you sleep with them? Or vice versa, if you was to do that
That's
with
a
them, would
weird
they?
thing to say. Why would a friend ask you to sleep with
No,
them?
I'm just saying, no, because this how no, this I'm saying it's the test though. Because if you can't, if you could, if it's a test and you ask them and they take it, that means it shows right there that they most of the majority of the time they can't be friends.
He answered.
I'm
One, I'm
eyeball this.
married, and two, they're good friends, but not someone I
So
could
that's
deal with
cheating
on
already.
daily.
You married, y'all set that boundary. Okay, that is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. Cool.
Mm-mm.
Cheat, man. You can't do it like that though.
Well, I think marriage is a boundary. That way, you already
That's the
know
boundary right.
that the sleeping is
So that's
off.
he really not gonna do it. Is that what is it your girl's friends or is it your friends? What's the deal? Conscious in the building, man. What you doing, my brother? Get that good workout in, man. I did it. I got a little something going on at the crib. I did a little something, man. That's my little daily thing. I'm gonna come up on here posting my body and stuff on him. You know what I'm saying? Just to tell just to tell women that I'm celibate, just to, get the juices running, then I'll be like I'm celibate.
Oh my gosh. Here, he doesn't sleep with anybody he doesn't want to be with.
Yep.
So maybe you just have a very high level of testosterone,
No, I
and
was talking about what was the question I asked?
if they would ask you to sleep with them, would you?
Oh yeah, it's a wrap, yeah. But he ain't gonna say that now he married, so I'm not about to put him in. It's a wrap. It's like these are dead questions from this point. If you married, it's like I can't say nothing from this point.
Yeah, and I
'Cause
don't think that the girls
he's
will
not
hit
gonna
on him
answer it a
knowing that
certain way
he's
because he's
married.
married. So why would I? I can't do that. Cause he gonna set himself up, and his wife probably listening right now. He don't want to say the wrong thing, so of course he gonna say no to everything. I
But
can't ask
Rabbit,
him.
before you got married, did you have girl friends too? Like
He not
girl,
gonna. Oh, I thought you about to say. Oh, I thought you about to say about
no,
him.
lady, lady friends.
But is it her? I was asking, was that your wife's friends or it was your own friend? Ain't my eyeball itching for what? Said it was an echo. It never came back. Uh, damn, my eyeball is itching so bad. Damn, my eyeball itching. I don't know why. Conscious, don't be hiding down there, man. You can come up in the box too, man. It's alright. We can watch you do a couple push-ups and stuff. I know you be out there working out and stuff, my brother. Don't be scared of the box. That's what she said.
You dated before?
Mm.
Yeah, but not in a. I mean, did you have like friends that were from the opposite sex before you got married? So not the one you dated, but just friends. See, he did.
I think I'm missing what the convo is about. Oh, it's kind of random. Now they asking me questions and I'm trying to answer it. They was asking about me having female friends.
My original question
I
was,
said I haven't been successful in them. I'm gonna say it that way. Like it always been, and I never look forward to having chick friends. Anyways, I never think I did though, because most of the time I probably was either attracted to them. Or they was
okay,
You had
attracted to me.
many. You had many friends, but like friends where you're not sleeping with, Black Monk.
Yeah, I don't think I ever had that.
did you
Not
have
like the
friends
friends with
you lived
benefits
with
kind
in
of
life?
girls.
That's the only way. You know what I'm saying? That was the only
Nah,
way.
nah.
Nah, nah, nah.
I've
Kev, wait,
always hung out with women
never
more
regard
than men.
What you
girlfriends
say?
as friends?
And they never asked me for my love language either. You know what I'm saying? They just
Well, that's
Oh
why you're
my
not still together.
goodness.
That's why you broke up.
Yeah, that's why they didn't stick around.
no, nah, they stuck around. Well, they stuck around though.
They
I ain't
didn't
never
stick
had
around
no
because you have
problem.
female friends, remember? So after they're your girlfriend, they don't exist.
They was it was like I said, it was never no, it was always a friend. He was either friend with benefits or a situationship or it was
A situationship, he says.
that's all it ever been for real, yeah.
Why
Cause
do
I
you
ain't
need to
never
just
just
pick one
I
and be
just never
friends with
told
the
her
rest?
never told one it's like let's be friends, you know. No, it was something. Even if we played that role, somehow she probably was rubbing on me. It's something done happened already. It never was. It
Oh
always
my
went that way. So
goodness.
it was never platonic.
Yes, messy. Lord.
Yeah.
Boundaries, Kevin, boundaries.
Oh,
Right.
it's like gonna be like that now though. That's most definitely. That's the reason why I'm not really searching real heavy because I'm
Where's your
just.
self control?
Oh, I got that. I'm talking
Discipline.
about
Where's the
back
discipline?
then. Self
Yeah.
control is now. I done been celibate for 2 years now. I most definitely have self control.
Is that by
I was talking
choice?
about back then, you know what I'm saying? Back in my 20s and stuff. I'm 32 now, you know what I'm saying? I'm an old man, you
You,
know.
you know
Oh,
what I
yeah, you
always,
wish.
I'm always,
Congratulations, Rabbit. That's
oh
quite a
yeah,
thing.
Hey,
good
he
run.
love it. We know, man. We got you, man. You ain't gotta prove your marriage, man. You all right, man. We
That's a
got you.
good run.
Well, I
We
think
know,
that's something.
So you know what I
but
always
we know you. What you say, Niche?
I always chuckle when people say that they are celibate, but they're single.
I
Are
don't
they
get it.
really?
Because in my mind, single
No,
is
turn your camera. I want to see why you saying all this stuff. I want to see what you. I want to see how you laughing, them faces you making.
Because you said we're not friends.
Want to
So
hide and talk
But
all the good juicy stuff.
finish
Want to
your
hide
phrase.
behind the camera.
I
I
thought
just
we were
Phrase.
think,
friends.
huh?
I thought we were friends. That's why I put my camera down. But since we're not,
No, but
You
right?
right.
Okay,
You right. We might not be
finish your
friends.
thinking.
We might
Finish
not
your
be
thinking.
conscious,
friends. We might not be
conscious,
friends because you. Yeah, you right. You might be right.
conscious said it. He said, if they aren't married, they're single, and I agree with that. So here's the thing: if you're single, in my mind, you're not having sex.
Of course.
Why would you need to be
No,
celibate?
some people be single and having. I've
Do
been there
you think?
plenty of times.
I think
Plenty
there's a
of.
lot of single people that are having sex.
Right.
Absolutely,
Exactly.
absolutely. I know, but to say that you're celibate,
You're not celibate when you're single. That's ridiculous. Either you're celibate or you're single.
I don't get it.
I don't understand that one. I
Celibate mean
Well,
I feel
meaning
like
that
think
I'm waiting till marriage for sex. That mean I haven't had sex for
ever.
whatever period. You know what I'm saying? That's what that is. So
yeah,
that
but okay. So, but some people are saying they're celibate.
Yeah, but normally you're celibate by choice, aren't you?
yes, I'm
Yeah,
celibate by choice.
It's something you choose
Some
to
people
do.
are celibate, you know what I'm saying? Some, but that's because I'm not really searching. I can go to a bar and try to look with something. But I'm just saying, like, some people actually celibate and actually searching and stuff. So that's a little different.
that is what I'm saying. They're celibate, but they're
I'm,
looking for a relationship, and then when they get into a relationship, they're engaging in sexual acts. That's
But
not celibacy.
no, that's not celibacy. Celibacy is if you
what
make
up,
a
brother?
conscious
What's up,
choice
man?
not to have sex in
Welcome.
whatever situation,
Exactly. That's what I'm
either
saying, Terry.
married or
So,
I'm
not.
trying to be like him when I grow up, man. He be working out every time I see him on this thing, man. I'm about to be buffed out too, man.
Well, you better grow
Hey,
up fast, then, old
People around
man.
me be seeing my power already. They be like, "Damn, you a strong dude." I'm like, "Well,
man.
I work out every day. You know what I'm saying? I work out every week."
Listen, man. When you get old and you retire, that's all you can do is work out. You know what I
I
mean?
feel you on that. I feel you on that,
ain't
man.
nothing
And
wrong with
Yeah, man.
that.
that's good.
That's it.
That's good.
But
So, so Black Monk, do you have a lot of girl friends, like me, girlfriends, but girl friends, female friends,
Yeah, he said
yeah,
he.
I have a whole bunch.
and you don't want to sleep with them?
I'm 40 something years old. I didn't want to sleep. Sex is not the same no more. When I did it all that when I was in my 20s and 30s. I'm sexed out. So at this point, at this point in my life, no, I'm not curious. I'm not interested. Sex is
So,
I feel
so
you
what
on that.
what is for you the difference between your male friends and your female friends? When do you
none.
go out with the male friends and when do you go out with the female friends?
Neither. I stay home. I don't do. I don't do
I
all
feel
the.
you right.
I don't.
Let me let me give you the depth. Yeah, I feel you on that. I don't be out
You
like that no more, man.
okay? Let me
Listen,
Until I'm
man.
looking for
rephrase.
something serious. When
Let
I'm
me
looking for
Yeah,
something
rephrase the
serious,
question. So,
yeah.
what are the things you do with your male friends, and what are the things you do with your female friends?
So I don't have a. Okay. I remember somebody I met in this gym, because I'm living in Europe right now, and I met a black guy in the gym, and he's like, one day he's like, hey, let's go out tonight. I'm like, no. He said, hey, let's go get a drink. I'm like, yeah, cool. I said, about what time? You wanna come to the house about 4, 5 p.m.? He's like, no. I said, what you mean? He said, well, that's too early. He said, how about 9? I said, nighttime? He said, yeah. I said, oh, no, 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 no. We ain't doing that. I said, no, no, man, how about 6? It's 6 is about almost dark. So 6 o'clock is the latest I go out. Because in our reality, I don't do anything with my male or female friends. I don't want to. I like being home. I spend 20 something years in the military. Always never home. Always gone. Always in
Mm,
somebody's country.
Mm.
Always in somebody's war. Always in somebody's nonsense. I
that
pay rent, now I like being home. I don't got nowhere with nobody.
I feel that. Hey,
So, what are
and
you
that's the
doing with your
safest way.
friends then?
Text online.
Oh, okay.
okay, this might be personal, but you said that's in my mind. So, are you practicing celibacy or you just
Who, me? Oh, him.
yeah, I mean,
Me?
yes.
No, I'm not celibate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not celibate at all.
So you're
But
just
I'm
single.
saying, no, I'm not single. I have someone.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. But I have many women friends. I mean, hell, if you look at my TikTok, I have about 550, 60,000 followers, and I coach people. So I'm a coach now. I'm a
Oh,
spiritual
okay. What
coach.
do you?
Where
Damn, he do got a lot of followers. Damn.
Yeah,
where do you live in Europe?
and in Estonia.
Oh, okay.
That's a
Hmm.
million.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you coaching? What industry? Fitness?
I no, no. I used to do fitness coaching, but it's too much work. I don't think I do a lot of work. I do spiritual coaching.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I do. I'm just here working out. And listen, I just wanted to go on here for a minute, just to say hey and um, you know, talk to my boy for a second. It's good to see
Yeah,
you
for
guys,
sure.
man.
Good
For
deal.
I'm
You
here
sure,
listening.
brother. Oh yeah, for
Yeah.
sure, man. Yep.
Have a good workout.
right?
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year. Yeah.
Thank you. Happy New Year, man. Hey, I'm in the
Oh
comment
yeah.
box just looking.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, for sure, bro. Yep.
All right, man.
Thanks.
Yep.
Y'all done asking them sweaty questions, man.
Are they sweaty though? Are you just nervous? Just nervous?
Okay, how many? Oh, I can't ask that. Never mind. Cause
Well, that
women
that
can
makes a
put me in their
difference.
friend zone very easy.
But that
So I
makes a
can't.
difference too if you are friends with females online or if you're friends with females in real life. Because I think the sexual attraction is maybe more when you meet them in real life then.
You're right. It will be. Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah, for you we
But
know.
I can't.
Maybe.
I believe I can handle myself, especially I done been that. Well, I'm good though. But I'm just
But
saying, like,
you're not
majority of
Kev,
the
come
time,
on.
like,
Yeah. You're
I
not
would say if I
attracted
was,
to every woman.
Right.
I'm saying it's just something. If oh, you right, you right, you right. I just
But
guess in my experience, I can't say, I can't tell. You know what I'm saying? My experience has just always been one or the other. You know what I'm saying? I never been like platonic friends with a chick. Never.
Time to start something new. It's 2023.
I'm nothing I'm looking forward to either.
Oh
I got enough friends already. I'm Gucci. You know what I'm saying? I don't see how out
why
here
why are
looking
you
for.
saying you got no friends?
Huh?
Why do you say you got no friends?
I got friends. I got two main best friends. I got two main friends. That's good enough already.
That's
I am
all you
not
can handle?
searching. Right now, yes, on my grown stuff. Yeah, I'm not. I don't look out for friends. I don't look for friends for real.
so are you?
I got two solid ones, man. We trying to get our stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's already good. It's already stressful with two.
Mm.
I ain't gonna say stressful, but I'm just saying like that's good enough, man. It's
Were you
nothing.
serious when
So,
you said you were celibate?
was I what?
You said are you serious when you say you're celibate?
Yeah, yeah, most definitely. 2 years now.
So
Actually, it was 1 year when I made that decision. It was 2 years after, because it was after I got out of my relationship. Then I had like a little something on the for like a, I don't like to call her a backup, but it was kind of a backup. No, I ain't gonna say back. What do they call that?
A friend with benefits.
No, it was no. After you get out of a relationship, it's called something
Oh, a
after you
rebound.
rebound. Yeah, I don't like to call her that, but it was
Yeah, but it
something
was.
because I went back to my one of my old friends I was cool with. She's a little bit older than me too. I went back to her, and yeah, we was real cool though. It's just I didn't want to get in a relationship with her, and then she ended up calling it off because we was just basically doing relationship things and wasn't in a relationship, so she called it off. Then after that, I would say, maybe I had a couple days within there, but I ain't do nothing at that time. But between that rebound, I've never did nothing since that time. I
so
ain't
it's
do
a
nothing.
conscious effort though,
I
just
wasn't
to
looking.
stop.
Huh?
Is it a conscious effort to stop,
No, it's
or
just
you just realized it's been so long and didn't want to start again?
no, it wasn't.
It's too much
No, it wasn't
work.
even that. It wasn't even that. I was just never been searching at her. I wasn't searching at her, and then I took time to myself to like. I just took time to myself, just working on myself and doing what I want and stuff because I ain't feel like the extra distractions. Because once you get with somebody, then you gotta start focusing on that person and stuff. You just forgot about what your main thing you was trying to do before that. So I've been focused on myself. I wasn't really looking heavy, which I need to start back looking and stuff though. But um, I would say what was I about to get to? Um, but no, when I made that decision, it's just I realized what made me really make that decision was I said that I didn't want to base my next, and I realized that's a problem. I didn't want to base my next relationship off because I'm looking for marriage now. Now that I'm getting, especially now I'm in my 30s, I'm looking for marriage now. And I'm not doing that. We just dating and looking at. If you gotta look for extra people, you're not trying to just focus all the energy on me. I ain't got that time. I'm trying to be, first, and I'm gonna make you be my first. I'm not first, but I'm just saying you gonna be my only date. I'm gonna be your only date. You know what I'm saying? We gonna try to put some time in with each other and see if we both, going forward to marriage. And then, like I said, I want to have it to where I'm really interested with that person without, without sex or the sexual type things or whatever. That way, I know I can get along with them, and then, eventually, that just be added to it down the line. But that's nothing I'm trying to have my backbone of my relationship to. So I realize that's a problem, and everybody make a lustful and think they're in love, but they be in lust for real.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I realize that.
What was I gonna say? I was gonna ask about, yeah. So I'm thinking there's supposed to be some type of, spiritual focus when you are celibate. It's not just about all stopping the act of sex. It's about, you know, finding yourself or something. I never knew anybody to ask, and I never looked it up.
You can say that too, though, if
I
that's
don't
what they
know.
want to call
I
it.
don't
But
know if it has to be like a spiritual thing. It can
yeah,
be a focus on something else too. It can be a focus on taking better care of yourself, or a focus
mhm,
on your business, or
yeah,
I agree with Kevin that it costs you it takes distraction. It takes you away from things you want to focus on a relationship.
because you're gonna be
So
thinking about buns and stuff. Like you're gonna be like, okay, once you get in that acting stuff, you're gonna be like, and you're gonna swear that you don't need it like that. But then every now and then, like especially say if I was okay, I'm on dating type stuff again, and I'm trying to go hit bars, like, no, I need to smash something or whatever, whatever. I don't want to talk like that, but I'm just saying you need to want to get something, whatever. But you're gonna be like making all these crazy decisions because you're trying to get to that again, but not really. And then try to, that's what it is. I realized what I was doing. We all do that stuff backwards. We be want to have an intercourse first, then make a relationship out of it and stuff. And that's where we be wrong at. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't
Right.
never get to know that person for real because we be so in a rush because we can't handle like I always tell people, control their emotions. That's one of the main things I try to show. I be preaching about in my room and stuff. And when I believe, yeah, lust and all that stuff, that's an emotion or whatever, that the horniness or whatever, we can call it that. That's like a certain type of feeling. It's a feeling, that turns to emotion or whatever. But people don't control that stuff, and we just go like, I ain't gonna lie, my last thing was a test. The last person I went on a date with, that was a super test, man. I'm like, dang, I was so celibate all this time till I actually got around her, and then we got to. I realized that kissing is something else. That's something I gotta fight though. I gotta fight. But no, it's like, man, because I think that was like one of my. Man, I gotta get out this coat. I'm getting hot now. Talking,
You ain't had no business. How
but
you gonna be celibate with all that temptation?
yeah, that was heck of temptation. Though I ain't gonna lie, but I gotta find a way to fight that though, because it was getting so bad. Like, okay, it was smooth, but like we went on this date, but we ended up going to a drive-in. Ain't nothing happened. I still fought it though.
First
I kept it in my
mistake.
mind. But it did realize it's easier said without being in that type of predicament, especially when I'm used to, you
Right.
know,
It
being like
sounded
that. You know
good.
what I'm saying? Yeah. So we watching the movie and all that stuff, maybe, a couple kisses every now and then. Dang, the tongue be a whole different thing once the tongue get part of it. I'm trying to make everybody, get people sweat and stuff thinking what I'm just saying. It's like, man.
If you watching the movie, what you kissing for?
I don't know. It was just shoot. I wanted to. We both wanted to taste each other's lips. We already knew it was getting. You know what I'm saying? But
You're
I just
supposed to
it
be
is.
watching a
It gets
movie.
me heated though. Uh, yeah.
You're supposed to be watching a movie.
That
Yeah,
my
you're
cousin
supposed
in
to
the
see the
building.
upside
My
of the
cousin in
couch.
the building. What you doing, boy? He up there. I ain't never seen him in my life before. Yeah, you called me, boy. My cousin in the house. Mike, don't do it. It's like, oh man. But he made me forget. Other guy happy my cousin in here and stuff. Hey, what
You
was I
see
talking
this?
about?
You see this, Kevin, right here?
Oh yeah, boy!
Yeah.
Accountability. I ain't got mine on today. Not today. I don't got it on. What's up, AJ in the
AJ,
building too? AJ in the building.
please help us out.
I
What's
still
up?
Kev
can't
says
think
he
straight.
has
My
no
cousin in the
female
building. I can't
friends.
even. I can't act straight in this boy. My cousin up in here. What you doing up in here, man? Been
Cuzzo.
working.
I just came from like a live YouTube
I've been
craziness.
working on the top of my. Oh
Um,
yeah, for sure, man. Been seeing you grinding and stuff online.
yeah, what's going on with you guys? What's happening?
Cuzzo, help
And
us out.
I was telling them my little situation that hard fight I got going on with the celibacy thing. But that
AJ, somebody
man,
help us out.
I'm curious too a little bit about that celibacy thing that you're doing.
yeah, man, it was
Hey, sir.
Here was the question I asked. After a relationship, do your friends have to pick? Do they have to choose sides? Kev is like, what?
Huh? Is that a question?
and
My
I
K
friends are
mean,
my
is
I
strong
friends.
mean,
man.
I could
I
actually
knew
answer
my
that, believe
cousin
it or
about to
not.
say something funny. Yes, I know. When I made that decision, there, it's very strong though. But look, once you, it is tough though. But once you be able to take over that, you get to thinking straight. Though. I'm gonna put it that way. It's most definitely a powerful thing because I've been learning like as of last year, and it's crazy because me and Kai. I ended up kind of changing my life when me and Kyle was working together and stuff, and I listened to this thing, and I'm like, dude, I started trying to work more on self discipline. That's why I started working out more and all that stuff. I might as well work out because I ain't got no other way to use my energy. Let me stop with But yeah, it is a
You are
powerful thing
exciting.
though.
You
Like
make
once
me
you ain't got
laugh.
that controlling you and stuff, the women can't control me no more because because I'm celibate now. I can be like, you can't just use that on me like, oh yeah, because you be start making decisions like, dang man, I might miss this piece of
The
buns.
fact that you think we are using it against you is just baffling to me. But go
No,
ahead.
it be
Shocking.
like that though. It be like that sometimes though because that's the power that majority of them have. I ain't say if you know what I'm saying if it don't apply, let it fly. You know what I'm saying? I never said you, but I'm just saying like in general, yes, that's their main power nowadays. You know what I'm saying? So they can. They even got it on the movies like that. Like oh, I'm gonna send them to the doghouse. You done what you do? You done made the kids go bad. Let's send them to the doghouse. You know you see that dude that's sleeping on the couch mad all day because he can't get no buns and all that stuff. I'm training myself so I don't be that type of guy. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna better use that on me. You ain't gonna
Well,
better use
no
that.
one.
You just gonna be mad and laying on that bed by yourself. You wanna lay me on the couch. I'll be playing that video game all day. You know what I'm saying? You just gonna be mad in that thing because you think that it got control over me. No, I done trained myself to where I don't need it like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's a wonderful thing once you train. Yeah, it's a train.
So you've been dating women that use that as a power tool?
I mean, no,
No, he's
majority.
giving power to it.
It's most that we know we can't play dumb like we don't know that's the main we know this world and I don't know why they playing like this. They already know that's the main that's why okay, I'm gonna put it this way. That's why majority of them sexualize themselves online and all that stuff. Show them little cheeks and all that stuff. Come on, man, quit playing, man. We already
Kev,
know that's
I'm
the
I'm
not.
main thing
sorry.
they do, man.
I'm sorry, but if you are dating women that withhold sex from you to punish you,
No,
they're the
no, that never happened
stupidest
to me.
creatures ever because they punish themselves. What's
That
the
never happened to me
use?
though. That never happened to me. I don't think that ever happened to me in my life because
Mm-hmm.
my pride be so high, man. That would never happen to me because I would let you
Mm-hmm.
sit there and rot in that bed by yourself while I'm over there. You know what I'm saying? That would never happen to me. I ain't gonna-
Mm-hmm. Rabbit said if they have the power, then you're not delivering properly. Not you.
Oh,
He's saying like
Ooh,
in general.
if
If
they
if
have that power, you are not delivering. Huh?
That
I'm
is
confused.
that is a shots fired, sir.
Oh.
I
Well,
don't. I still don't
but
understand what the shot is. I'm trying to see what he's saying.
The shot is that he's probably saying you're not getting any because you're not delivering.
No, I don't know. But I was just talking about in general about
I don't know. He said,
about TV. You know what I'm saying? They even put it on
no,
the
I
TV
think
like the dude gets sent to the doghouse and all that stuff. Like we seen that low. You know that the woman be always being controlled. Oh, you made me mad. How they fold their
I
little
think
arms
what
up and
he's
all that
saying is
stuff.
that
And he
if
be
the
he be rubbing it like, I'm sorry, baby. You know, I'm saying, you be seeing that on TV, dog. We seen it.
no, I think he's
"Oh,
saying
okay."
that if the woman has the power, then she's probably not benefiting from it because, like Fairy Tale
Hey,
said,
Shami.
you're gonna punish yourself if you're having a good time. If he's the only one
Yeah.
having a good time,
That's the
then
thing. If your
you can take
relationship
it.
is good and the sex is good, I would never withhold that as a punishment. Never.
Man, you wouldn't believe how many do that though. It be
Well,
like
that's
that
then the
though.
sex is not good or they're stupid.
They do.
Yeah, I think the
I
sex is
mean, we
probably.
done seen it in plenty of, like I said, it could be the shows. I done heard people in my family done had to have it too, all type of
Hey,
stuff.
it's not. Oh, yeah, that's just
What's the
movies.
deal? Shameless in the build.
What's the formula, Kevin? Like, how long does it take for you to be in control of that?
You can't never control that situation. What you talking about to get some buns?
No, like to be able to not allow them to use it against you.
Oh no, I don't know. I can't speak for every
That's so
man, but
cool.
I know what I'm doing.
Rabbit
Because
made
I'm
a really
already,
good
if I'm
point,
playing this
though. He
celibate
made a
role, that
really
would
good.
never work. I'm not gonna say never work, but it wouldn't work. You know what I'm saying?
You say
That's the
that
whole
you're at
point.
that point. You say that you're at that point now that it ain't gonna work on you, right?
No, it ain't. I got
He's
Mr.
celibate.
Mr.
He's
Lefty for
still
me.
he's
If
not
they
in a
get that bad,
relationship.
if they get that bad, I got that right there. Like you gonna be mad, but I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Lotion in motion. It's like, man.
But if you don't change your ideas about sex while you're celibate, when you get into a relationship, wouldn't you get the same results?
What you talking about?
That was a very interesting question.
I was trying to understand it. He
Say
said,
that
"I don't
again. Say
change
that
my
again,
ideas
please. Say that again, please.
about."
I said, if you don't retrain your mind or
Let
ideas
me see
about
your face at the same time, man. You be always hiding something, come with this good stuff. She be knowing I be trying to see her face sometimes when she say this stuff, man.
why is everything about you?
I know you be talking
I
junk
see.
too
See
back
how
there. I
I
can
be
imagine
knowing.
the
You
face you
see
be
how
making back behind there too.
you
She
just
be
assign that responsibility to me? I be knowing. I said,
maybe I got a crush.
if you don't change your ideas about sex while you are celibate, then I'm thinking you're going to get the same results when you get into a relationship.
Absolutely.
No, no. Mine
That's why I
different.
was saying,
Kevin, guess what? Dissect that a little bit. Dissect it a little bit in parts in what she just asked. If you're not practicing changing your mindset about something while you are taking the time not to engage in it, then how are you going to expect something different when you do go back
Oh, right.
into?
That's the whole. Yeah, but that I'm gonna say, I get you on that. But that's my whole purpose is to change my mindset. That's why I'm doing it. That's my whole purpose. You know what I'm saying? I'm not expected to have the same mindset. Even though the stuff I was talking about that never happened to me. None of that stuff never happened to me. I was just saying that
But
it
Kevin,
was slim. It was slim the chances of that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be controlled about not getting no buns because I done set myself up to not needing it. You know what I'm saying?
but
That's the whole
Kevin,
point of doing it to change your mindset of it. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people feel like they need it. A lot of people do feel like they need it, and I'm setting myself up to where I you know, don't feel like I need it. That's what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, it's like you're not depending on it.
I'm not dependent on it. And a lot of relationships, if you look into them, they do kind of they get you could tell because they get mad once they go away or something like that. Dang, what the heck, my wife ain't give me.
But isn't it more about controlling your urges?
that's what Fairy
Exactly.
Tale was asking.
Isn't it
Exactly.
more about controlling the urges and
Yeah. Exactly.
not depending on sex? I don't think it's a dependence on sex. I think it's more
Yeah, it's I think it's almost like
about wanting it, about the
yeah,
desire for it.
yeah. I think it's
Yeah.
almost like an addiction. As soon as you first have had it,
You
it's in
right.
your system and it's sort of you need it all the time to feel
Yeah.
that certain
Yeah.
rush you go in. And I
Yeah.
experienced that when you've been single and not dated and had not have sex for a while, all of a sudden this feeling of urgency, of need for it will lessen, and there
Yeah,
it will come to a point that you don't feel as if you need it no more.
exactly. And that's the point of why I'm doing what I'm doing. 2 years strong, you know what I'm saying? 2 years, man.
Yeah, but
That's a
I,
if you're
whole
not in the
I don't
company,
know if I'm proud of you or not. I'm proud that you did that, right? I'm proud that you did that as a person, like for whatever you did it for. But it
yeah,
kind
but
of
if
hurt.
you're
It
not
kind of hurt. It kind of hurts
if you're
to.
not in the company of women and you don't have any female friends and you're not dating, then what are you doing?
There's no temptation then.
I got you. I get you. I get you.
Out of sight, out of mind, right?
And
Yeah, you right.
then another
But like I
thing
said, I
is,
have dated a couple times, but it's just like it. I'm gonna put it this way: it made my dating selection more easier though, because I'm not looking forward to it. You know what I'm saying? So, like,
Well,
if it's
that's
something that turns me off about a certain chick or something like that, it's easy to me just to cut it off because I'm not getting nothing extra out of it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I've done that like actually about recently this year, probably like 3 times or something like that. Like one of these chicks I had, I seen that she wasn't interested in so she was saying she ain't want kids or something like that. That was like a big thing. You know what I'm saying? If that was my old self and I'm like, no, I can get some buns out of this or something like that, I'm like, okay, I would have probably like and came up with some stuff like maybe she's gonna change her mind or something like that. I still probably would have dated her, even though we both liked each other and all that stuff, but she said enough. So by me not even, not looking for that already, I'm like, you know what? We just stopped talking after that. I was like, all right, that's good enough. You told me enough because I know I want kids and you don't
well,
want
that's my
kids. So I had
point.
cut it off with
That
her.
that you just described is how I
Huh?
view dating, not celibacy.
yeah,
Like I feel like people who are dating should be that selective.
Dating, no, they dating. Some people still just do it just to and still trying to smash in the midst of it, like maybe a couple days or whatever, and they just dating. A lot of people be dating with and smashing. I'm gonna put it that way. I'm dating and
Well,
not
I know
smashing.
they do, but that's why I said I don't think that people who are dating hoping to have sex in between, they're like not seriously
It
dating.
happens. It's just
But
something that
but
happens though.
but people who are that's where we started in this conversation. I was saying that I'm always tickled when people say that they're celibate. Um and the way they describe it sounds more like them just being single. They're just withholding sex while they're looking for a partner. Then when they get into a relationship, they're no longer celibate. You see what I mean? Like
Oh,
people
I'm
are using
celibate
that
till
word.
I can
marriage
see that.
though. That's the difference. Like I'm getting a relationship, but it's the plan is to be celibate till marriage. So if I can hold myself out with my girl,
Yeah, so
you know what I'm
actually what you're
saying?
doing is temporarily withholding sex,
I'm doing it
Right.
right now. Yeah, I'm doing it right now just so
which
it
is
don't even be
not
that hard
it's
when I get with somebody.
yeah,
Yeah,
which
not
is
you. I'm
not the
saying
same thing as a conscious choice of not to have sex ever again.
Nah,
right.
he's doing what a very extreme traditional female used to do back in the days, which is hold off until marriage.
Yeah, but he calls it celibacy, and that is a conscious choice of not having sex at all,
Yeah.
not just not
Well,
having sex until the partner.
momentary. How about this? Celibacy with a condition.
Yeah, I think it's more
There's a
like
word
that
for it. It's
one.
called abstinence.
That's right. Shameless said
Abstinence,
that.
yeah. But that's what
Abstain
I
from
I
sex.
was trying to get that word out of my head.
Right, right. People are
Shameless,
calling
shameless helped y'all
abstinence.
in the comments.
Well, I
celibacy,
guess
yeah.
abstinence
People
is
are
way to
calling
marry. What is celibacy
abstinence
then?
celibacy
Thank you, Shameless.
Celibacy is when what like Fairy Tale said, you're abstaining, which
for
means
a period of
you just
time,
don't.
right? For a
That-
goal, right?
Under a condition
Yeah,
or a caveat or a goal, yeah.
exactly. Abstinence is just not having sex, period. It's just
Sex till
connected to the
marriage.
act, right?
No.
No, it's the
Abstinence is
it's the
waiting
Celibacy
until
opposite.
marriage.
celibacy is that you're done with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
celibacy
you're
is that you
done.
make the choice not to have it ever again.
Oh, ever
Abstinence is just for a
again.
certain
Well,
period
it
of
don't
time.
matter. I still said it either way. I said I'm celibate until marriage. So you
Here
can
we
call it
go.
abstinent or not.
Nuns,
We know what it means.
Kevin,
Yeah, like
I'm
we
not.
are
nuns
not.
and monks, they are celibate.
We're not
They
putting you on
choose not
trial.
to have sex.
No, I'm just saying.
Not,
I know Shameless always be like, "It's a difference," but I'm still saying the same thing. It might not be worded right. I'm saying the same thing. I'm celibate
Well,
until marriage.
that is the reason for my question, because I thought celibacy, well, I knew celibacy to be something a little bit more serious than abstaining from sex for a while.
that's
So,
okay.
Yeah.
What is it?
We got to give Kevin a chance to grieve the fact that he was misusing the word. Hold on. We're gonna do this really the nice way. Kevin, just bear with me on this. Let's all just take a moment of silence for for
I get a minute.
for Kevin. Kevin, I got your back 100%. But in this one, you're gonna have to take the L, and you're gonna have to use this word right here.
Accountability.
You have been using the word celibate out of context, and guess what? A lot of us just learned something. You have been abstinent, my friend.
Oh, okay.
And
Cool.
that has been determined by the panel in your boxes, which I believe are very like-minded and intelligent individuals.
Absolutely.
And
Celibate.
I hope somebody is double checking and fact checking the comment and that was said. Well, you know what? I got my computer up. We're gonna look it up. We're gonna
You
look
go
it up.
check it.
We're gonna double check it. All right, hold up.
Now I have another
Abstinent.
question. Question.
Hmm.
If you're abstinent, can you still
You,
masturbate?
Uh-oh.
sex is with somebody. That mean you could be asking answers. Celibate. But yes, that's with sex you got to have with somebody. You don't have sex with yourself.
Kev making up his own rules.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I ain't heard that one.
Well, listen. Before you love somebody else, you have to love yourself first, right?
Hello.
Mhm.
Mega. We're not talking about love.
I'm just
Making
saying.
love,
I'm
making
trying to
love to
help.
that hand.
I'm trying to help Kevin. He already took an L with the word, right? But here's the definition of abstinence: the fact or practice of restraining oneself from indulging in something, typically alcohol.
Tell
So
us
Right.
holding.
about
So
alcohol.
it's holding back. Abstinence is just holding back.
Holding back. Right.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And what's celibacy?
Okay, this means avoiding all types of intimate genital contact. Someone practicing complete abstinence does not have any type of intimate sexual contact, including oral.
Ooh, and I was about to finish saying that story too, man. It got so I was thinking about like, man, maybe I could get that. I ain't getting no. I mean, that's why I knew it was getting heated, man, because I was like, dang.
So
I'm like,
there's
maybe
still
okay, oral, but I ain't get
so
it though.
there's
I ain't
still
do it though.
space for masturbation. Unless you will do that orally with
So
yourself. I don't
which
know
one
how,
is
but
okay?
you
So
can do
both
that,
of them,
but
I
Can
say
we
it could be
tell?
right. It could be abstinent till marriage, or it could be celibacy till marriage, right?
Celibate is permanent, right? We're gonna look up celibate, but I think celibate is permanent. But
I think so too.
this right here, abstinence can be used in different contexts. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be
Yeah.
sexual. It could be just
Yeah.
holding back. But people actually, married couples actually practice abstinence.
Okay,
They
I
just
got you on that.
they don't believe in it. They don't have it.
You said celibacy. What is? Now look that one up again.
Now we're going to look up celibacy because this is going to get interesting right now.
Very
Celibacy.
interesting.
I keep telling you, fact check, man, so that we could get down to the objective conversation. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
The
Well, I
state
hope
of,
my facts are right.
well, we're going to find out tonight. Watch this one. Celibacy means, and this is just the first meaning, it could mean a lot of things, the state of abstaining from marriage and sexual relations.
Mm.
Yeah, and that's why
So
it's
now we have to look up sexual relations.
Well,
well.
we know what that is. We know what if we have to look that up, then I have to start
Not
feeling
really.
pity and a little bit, just a little bit, especially for Kevin.
But
What
that's why it's
qualifies as
mostly
sexual
used
relations? I think fairy tale.
in religious situation as with nuns and monks and all, because they say that they are, they're married to God. So the abstinence is because of the fact that they are so loyal to God that they don't have those things. they are in marriage with God.
Tag me in,
That's
cause
definitely one way to
You
look
want
at
me
it.
to
That
guys?
definitely one way. Hmm.
hey, you gotta get 1,000 followers before they can even throw you in the box, man. You got some work to do, cause
But you know there could be different versions
you gotta have
of
a
how
thousand
this is
followers.
applied because even the definition is not concrete. It does have a little iffy and fluffy and suspect shit in there somewhere. So
Yeah, it's a little vague.
yeah, it says however. I've already seen it like 3 times. That is, however, basically you could look at it different ways. You know that it's argumentative. Um, Celibacy is the practice of not having sex, but not everyone defines celibacy the same way. Some people abstain from all kinds of sexual contact, including kissing or holding
Yeah,
hands.
I'm reading that now right there too.
You see
I ain't getting
others,
that. I'm not getting that far now. I'm kissing them. I'm doing all that
Well,
now.
that's the whole thing, I think, because every part of our
Devastation, right?
intercourse,
I know,
starting
cuz
with
you got to do a
kissing and
whole
going,
1,000.
no, but
I got a backup.
every part of our intercourse together, like our intimacy together, leads up to that moment that you will have sex. So if you withhold from kissing, the temptation will be even smaller to go to the sex part. I think that's the thing. If you really want to get it out of your system so you're not dependent on it no more, you should withhold all those temptations. You should and I think even masturbation that gives you that rush might remind you how it was and might you be longing for it again. It gives you that longing to have that contact again.
man, I got to fly to
Nah, it
Amsterdam.
depends on how you doing it though, cause
How you masturbate?
no, it depends on cause some people it's like okay, I'm gonna put it this way. I can say it could be master. We talking some stuff tonight. I can say
Yes.
that is it could be like you know how you don't want to go cold turkey. So say if you gave up the buns, maybe you're gonna have to tear that boy up every every maybe it would be every week. Then you chop it down and might have to be every 2 weeks. And then it might chop it down to once a month and then eventually probably go away. It gotta be like that. You know how you let go cigarettes and all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? Something
Yeah,
like that.
like
It's
detoxing.
because you know that feeling and stuff, but then you can't really just go cold turkey, on anything. You know what I'm saying? It's like it was once an addiction. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
well, I think we established in former communication that, and Hormiga said it very clearly, that cold turkey is the best way to do things.
Yeah, that
I
sounds like
I
that
I
sounds good.
I I
That
I
sounds good
will
on paper.
I will agree for the most
Not
part
sandpaper.
that cold turkey is the way because then there's no other excuse that you could use. You just gotta hit it. I'm saying you just
Wow.
gotta.
But you gotta have
But
a super strong mindset for that one.
but if I ever go 2 years without it, I may not be the same person.
That's a good thing though.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's a
But
healthy
But
is
you got
that
habit.
it takes the time you gotta get to know yourself, you know what I'm saying? And that's another thing I'm about to say with my process. It let me get to know myself more. It actually you know what I'm saying, I handle different situations different ways now, I look at stuff different ways. I actually see the ugly attitudes before I even it's so much stuff I've been blinded by, you know what I'm saying? Something
by
it's crazy.
physical attraction? Yeah.
Man,
I
once
give
So
you
you man,
credit. I give you
That's
credit,
good.
Kevin. I give you credit. Trust me, I do.
That
You
is
know,
good.
it is if that's what you're doing, and if it's working for you, and it's opening up a different perspective and allowing you to grow in a sense where you know what you're looking for, plus you know who you need to be, because there's a two-way street. It takes two to
yeah,
tango.
right.
You understand?
Definitely.
You can remember
Yeah.
you got to put both in effect. Like what, not the expectations, but if you're the best person that you could be, right? And because you can't want a Rolls Royce relationship and have the mentality of a used car.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? So you got to work on yourself to be more attentive, to be more in tune. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of work. So I'll give you credit. That's what I'm basically telling you. You know what I'm saying?
mm. Oh yeah, for sure, man.
So,
Most
Hormiga, now
definitely
I'm
a lot of women.
intrigued. Now I'm intrigued about this. If I would withhold for 2 years, I would be a different person.
Yeah,
Would that be a bad thing or a good thing?
I guess we'll never know. Not on my behalf.
I
Mm.
don't know. It depends on your dependence on
Nigga
it. That's
said,
what it really is. 'Cause some people use sex as a coat nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they don't want to do drugs. Maybe they don't do that, so they
Yeah,
looking
as a
out to smash
distraction.
and stuff.
Oh man,
You know what I'm saying?
no.
she asked me a loaded question because I could be I would never be evasive towards the question, but I won't tell you the whole story sometimes because it's a lot. Like check it out.
What
I've
happened
been
to EJ?
I've been able to transmute the desire for sexual things. I've been able to transmute it into my desire for peace and my desire for success in other different realms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a whole different level right there. You know, like that is the strongest desire. The strongest desire for a man, can't speak for woman, is the sexual desire. That will turn a man upside down and all types of different ways. I'm not kidding to you. So if you're able to take that same desire and convert that same power of desire into something else, that is the strongest way to manifest something.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. So
I've heard that, Amiga.
I'm not fucking with you. I do it every day. And I get stronger on a daily basis when I take that desire and I channel it in another direction, I get whatever I want.
Yeah, that's what we sort of figured out earlier is when we said when you are in a relationship and sex is playing a role, you get distracted from other things. And if you want to focus on other things, you have to take that out so you can completely focus on the other part, which is true because I noticed myself that um, ever since I don't have sex, I'm more committed to my business and more focused on what needs to be done to bring it to the next level. And while I had a relationship, I was always sort of sidetracked by the things I needed to do, my obligations towards the whole I have to be this other person too that has to do all these things. So I think it's a very powerful thing if you don't feel the urge no more to chase that lust or sex or whatever and use that to be powerful in something else.
So I've
Yeah,
heard that
I'm gonna say
specifically
this.
for men.
Well, I think it's for women too because at a certain point I myself I'm a very sexual person. I love the touching, I love the contact. So not having that, it's kind of, especially in the beginning, kind of frustrating. You're constantly longing for that. And the longer the period you don't have it, at a certain time, just like with drugs and detoxing, your needs will just slowly transform into something else.
Yeah, there's a thin line between losing the interest and being used to it.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Like agreeing or confining yourself or to that.
Uh,
But there's a different approach when you commit yourself to do it with intent, as opposed to I'm not having it, so let me just deal with it. I get used to it. There's a
Right,
big
because you're
difference.
talking about driving it into manifestation into
Yeah.
another
Ab-
area. And I
Absolutely.
think that I have heard that specifically men can do that. I don't know that
It's
women
it's
can.
a it's a it's a different thing. You see, and you know that I'm an honest person, and we had this conversation already a couple of times where I tried to identify some of the differences in women and men. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. So I get mad when I hear the whole women are like this and men are like this conversation. It just makes me want to throw the fuck up. So no, seriously, I just can't have conversations if they're going to be based on certain things, and it's not a human thing. Like there are human things that we all do, and it keeps being pushed, to women or pushed to men, and it makes me sick. But that being said, there are some incredibly significant differences between men and women that nobody talks about because rooms echo and things become cliche, and you have the
Right.
buzzwords
And
and,
feelings
and
get
people.
involved.
I went to 17 lives the other day, and all 17 sound the same. The same, the
Omega.
same, the same.
So I'm asking, I'm not telling.
Hmm.
I was asking, is that one of those things that women can do as well, or is that specific to men because of the way that you were made and your bodies were designed around
I would have
sex?
to speak to a woman that will be willing to to work with me on this, like directly, so that I can probably you wouldn't be able to do it exactly the way a man does it because it takes a lot of other things
Ain't got
that
that much
belong to men,
mentality.
but we could find a way to weigh it, to make
Oh,
it
okay. So you
tangible.
believe
You know
that
what
is
I'm saying?
possible?
For a woman,
Uh huh.
I'm willing to try.
Well, okay. Okay. I get it.
I'm willing to teach a woman how to do this, but a lot of men are scared to teach a woman this because it's very fucking powerful.
I think another thing that added to that
So how much are
because
you charging for this?
It's powerful. I'm talking about when I say powerful, I don't even mean like the rest of the earthlings here on Earth. I'm talking about third eye, sixth sense type shit, and a lot of people laugh at this, and I'm like,
have to take the Bentley
I'm
on the
I'm I'm
test
I'm
drive.
talking about some like crazy IQ. You understand? Like
So is it a
go.
virtual class or
It takes a lot of practice, and you have to remove all the layers of bullshit inside of yourself. You know what I'm saying? In order for you to do that, because you have to find truth. You understand?
great?
Like
Is this
and
a
truth.
monthly membership?
Look, I'll give you the basics of it. Here's the basics of it. You have to understand that truth is only one way, and untruth is millions of ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you start recognizing all the ways that you've been full of shit, and I'm not telling you specifically, when we really go deep into ourselves, I'm talking
Yeah.
about super deep, where you're like, you look in the mirror and you look at the effect that you have on other people, and you look at the etiquette, and you look at the ethics, and you look at your upbringing, and you look at your culture, and you look at your environments. When you go that deep, now you're erasing a lot of shit, like all this extra shit, trauma, PTSD, the triggers that once fuck with you don't fuck with you no more. You have this emotional intelligence, right?
You're not scaring me.
Well, I'm telling you, you just got to make sure that your subconscious, your conscious, and your spirituality is at once. I can teach you how to go into your dreams and control your dreams so that one third of your life is not being wasted by sleeping, that you're actually putting the plan together while you're dreaming so that when you wake up, you're already living the plan.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
I would
Okay.
say,
That
even
is, sorry.
Yes.
what you
Welcome.
got for us, Missy?
Um,
Is
I was going to say, like, right off that, I think, like, as far as, like, the dream thing, that's very specific to me because I rarely dream, but my intuition is never wrong. Like, I'm very, like, even, I don't know, it's just like when I do have a dream, it's very, like, uh, I always say it's kind of weird. Like most of my dreams are very weird, but I feel like now that I've gotten older, I think it's changed my intuition to like see things differently or see through
I ask you a
things.
question.
Huh?
I feel like butthole mode now. I asked this question yesterday. So how do cause I hear women say this a lot about intuition. How do this work? Like, is it a power or something?
Well, for me, I can only speak for me, but
So how does it work?
I just feel things. Like if I know someone's talking to me, right? I'll have like I know certain things about them. They haven't told me. I just know. But then they'll tell me, and I'm like, okay. my intuition was right about you. And then I end up finding out something, and then it's like I end up finding stuff out, but it's not because like people tell me. It's more of like a gut feeling that I've already had about a certain thing.
I can't have my sister
Wait,
here. He
can
gonna
I
have
can
me
I
laughing,
let's
man. I
let's use
can't.
let's use what she's saying as an example. I'm gonna fuck with y'all right now. If you don't mind me asking you, young lady, what's your age?
Oh, I'm 19.
Okay, and that doesn't make a difference, but watch how we're gonna rebound from this. Okay, you get to a certain point in life that it's not that we can tell the future, it's that our experiences combined with our hindsight, our foresight, right? All these different things, when they're combined together, you have the luxury and the power of looking at a logistic. It's a chain, right? And the more you, it's like a Batman tool belt. You want me to give it some specifics? It's a Batman tool belt, right? And Batman has a lot of gadgets, right? On his tool belt, the ray gun, the climb the shit, the shoot the shit, the net, you know what I'm saying? You arm yourself with all these things: hindsight, foresight, spirituality, subconscious, dreams. And when you're in your dreams, you can control them. If you ever had a dream where you're always being chased, it's time to stop in the middle of your dream and say, hey, you know what? This is my dream.
Right. There's a certain thing that there's a word for that though, like where you are in complete control of the thoughts that you have while you're dreaming, and then your body, like how you're moving through your dream.
Absolutely.
I forgot what it's called,
It's
but
a
it's an
very
actual
lucid
thing.
experience. It's a very
Yeah,
lucid
yeah.
experience where where, look, when I say that, when I wake up, I already know what I'm doing the next day. It's because in my dream, I'm formulating the plan. It doesn't happen before the dream. I'm not wasting 1/3 of my life sleeping. You could actually be living inside of your dream because your dream is consistent of everything that you've encountered. Like, this is what they say, and I'm almost inclined to believe this, that the only people that you see in your dream are people that you've seen before. You've had to have laid eyes on somebody somehow, whether it was a magazine, confrontational, you know what I'm saying? You have had to have laid eyes on someone for that person to pop up in your dream. There is no make believe person or person that you create.
Um, there's this thing like there is like there's been studies on this, like of like not the spiritual aspect of it, but like more so like how we have how our conscious reacts while dreaming, or like how the different sleep cycles. There's like sleep cycles that we have. So you could be in a deep sleep, or like sometimes when I'm sleeping and I'm actually dreaming, I don't feel like I'm in a deep sleep. Like I don't. It's more of like, because I also have a sleeping problem, so maybe that's why. Um, like I think for me, the reason why my dreams are so weird and random is because I don't often sleep enough. Like, um, but when I do, my dreams are, I don't know, they're kind of all over the place.
Is it weird?
Yeah, it's weird.
Right, because that's what dreams are for. You see, let's take this in the most simplest context. Live your dreams, right? But we have to control our dreams while we're in the dream. And I know this is going to go over a lot of people's heads, but I don't care. When you're in your dream and you ever, I was born and raised in the projects, right? So when you're running down the stairs, right, to try to beat the elevators, again that we used to play. And in the dream, I'll play the same game, but it's like you missed a step going down and then you're falling. You're in the process of falling. That is you falling into deep sleep, right?
Mm.
And people have so much anxiety that it doesn't allow them to actually go through that hole inside of your dream because you're
Oh, okay.
scared. But if you actually go through it, you'll see a whole new universe.
Well, I've heard someone I've talked to like spiritually, just they told me that when they dream, it's like they're going through a different dimension. And when they told me that, I was like, that's insane. Like, I mean,
It's
I just never
reality,
heard
though.
anybody. I
It's
just
reality.
never heard.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I've just never heard anybody explain it like that. And I had an experience like that, kind of like really, I don't know, it was kind of shocking to me. So, you know, like how you put stuff on for background noise, like maybe this is just me, but when I go to sleep, I'm not just quiet. Like I like something behind it. So you know, like how you watch something before you go to sleep and then you have a dream about it. I feel like in that way, our conscious is connected to our reality. Because like, if your conscious wasn't connected to your reality, what you watch before you sleep would not have an effect on you. You would not have a dream about it.
That's true. But that's true, and it's very risky. But there is a way that you can watch something and then in your dream realize that that's coming from the thing you just watched. So you try to connect with your awake world when you're sleeping, and then you try to connect with your sleeping world when you're awake. When your subconscious and your conscience and your spiritualism is at one, it opens up your third eye, and that's what's called a sixth sense. And look, I felt it in the parking lot today. I was in the parking lot today, and I feel things and see things, and I see the motions very slow. I'm walking very fast. I'm thinking faster than what I'm seeing. I see it
Mhm.
happening before it happens. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not saying that I can predict the future. It's just that I feel like everybody's on slow motion, and I feel like my speed is like an accelerated speed. That's because I'm not in the state of my feelings or my emotions. It has a lot to do with feelings. This is why, and look, I'm revealing why I talk so much about feelings, because I truly believe that the system that everybody keeps complaining about, that was designed to keep people down and oppress them, is designed to keep you in your feelings, and people don't get it.
I learned that. Learned that one.
And and once you master your feelings, then that separation shit goes out the door. That whole fight between men and women, that fight between black and white, that fight between rich and poor, Republican,
Well,
Democrat,
we have what
heterosexual versus homosexual, that whole fight goes
house.
out the door.
Hey,
Um, that's very interesting. I had a conversation about unity the other day, like just all around anybody, unity everywhere. Um, it was kind of like, I don't know how to put it. It was a very long conversation that I had, and what I found out was like there's a bunch of different things that I've heard just based off of like how we should all come together in some way. But it's like the idea is still the same. We're all coming together at the end of the day. I feel like it's just the matter of getting there. It doesn't really, to me, it doesn't really matter how, as long as you're there. Like,
so we
I
got a
mean,
we got a question from the Nero Breed, my cousin. He says, so when we have wet dreams, is that our brain imagining how it feels?
all right, you know what? This is gonna really fuck you up. Okay, just hear me out. Just hear me out. There is a very, very thin line between anxiety and the butterflies that you feel in your stomach before something good happens to you. And people don't know the difference. I'm going to say that one more time. Butterflies in your stomach. You know when you get nervous before something good is about to happen?
Yeah.
People
mhm.
mistake that as anxiety. And I'm going to bring it back to that question. When you're having a wet dream, it doesn't necessarily mean that it was sexual. When you wake up wet, that release is not always sexual. That could be the butterflies, or that could be a sign. It could be fear, or it could be when you're indecisive.
It's
So
making me laugh, dog. I just gonna have a wet dream out of fear, be scared, like ah.
No, I'm saying it could be sexual. It could be sexual, but most
Gonna
times it's
scare the
not.
nut
You know what
out
I'm
of
saying?
him, though. He's just gonna
That's
scare the nut out
very,
Scared the nut out of him. That's funny. That's funny.
of
That's funny.
him.
But it's just look, it's all about being open minded. You know what I'm saying? It's about being open minded. The more open minded you are, the more you allow yourself to see things from not just more perspectives, all the perspectives, and finally put a cap on the perspectives that actually are necessary for what you're talking about. It's like being able to pick and choose what is valuable in any conversation and any decision you make. But again, it's all feelings. Once you control your feelings, once you are in self-control,
So
that,
I
that
just
that's
thought
even
about
strong.
something.
That's even stronger than what Kevin is doing. The whole abstinence, the whole just staying away from it. What I'm talking about will work for you, Kevin, in 30 days. You know what I'm saying?
So I just thought about something. So if you have a wet dream getting hit, is that called blowing your mind?
It doesn't really work that way, but I get it. You know what I'm saying? It's this. I'm
It's
gonna tell you
called
something,
mind
man.
blowing, huh?
You're not gonna believe this, but there's actually feelings that you can feel and things you can feel that are stronger than the satisfaction of sex.
I don't think I ever had a wet dream. As I think about it, have I ever had it? No, I don't think I
No?
ever. No, I don't think I ever had one in my life. No, thinking about it.
wow.
I had
Well,
times that I had a good dream that was almost getting good, and I always wake up out of it. I'd be mad. I'm like, dog, come on, let me just the fattest buns in my face. I can't take care of it. Come on, man. It's like, bro,
I
wake up
think,
right out of it.
oh,
You
I
think
think for
what?
me,
Oh,
like my dreams are like I don't like to classify my dreams as either good or bad. I kind of like I just, go with the flow. But most of my dreams that are like that, I feel like they're not like that. Like they are just more of like it doesn't even have to be anything like I don't know what's the word. It doesn't even have to be anything on that level, but but my body responds to it in a certain way. It doesn't even have to be anything like that. I think it's just a natural response for me personally.
mm-hmm.
Do you dream a lot?
Um, well, I don't say that I don't dream a lot. It's just I don't sleep enough to dream.
But okay, here's a question for everyone in the comments, and I want everybody to answer this. Do you dream a lot? In other words, do you dream more often than not? There's 7 days in a week, right? How many days do people actually dream? Like, and this is all going to be different answers. You know what I'm saying? So I want to know from everybody here and in the comments, how many days a week do you dream?
Um, oh, I was gonna answer, but
I think about one or twice a week. I don't know.
I came
I
up
don't
to
know.
say this. This is why I requested so I could say
And
I
put your
don't
camera on.
dream.
You don't dream?
You don't dream at all?
I only remember dreaming like once
I
or
don't
twice
believe
a
you.
year.
I gotta see your face when you do it.
But listen, I can't right now, Kevin. Listen, I told somebody that, and he said it's because I don't wake up in the middle of them. I don't know I'm dreaming.
well, I heard someone say that that's a bad thing. Actually, they said that that means you're not connected to your consciousness in a way, or you're disconnected from something.
Or you're just
Might be.
very tired?
Actually, I sleep well.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's good or
It's
bad.
weird.
The
It's
thing is,
weird because
I dream. I know I dream every night, but I hardly ever remember what I'm dreaming about.
You're
So
supposed you're supposed to dream every single night and remember what you dream.
yeah, no.
Oh, well, I go to sleep and wake up.
uh, it'd be black.
You don't know
I
how much fun it actually is.
I don't, because I go to sleep and then
But
it's morning.
It
No
was weird
dream.
because when I had started, it was a while ago. I had started dreaming because I was one time I used to just sleep on the couch for fun or whatever. Oh, just get sleep on the couch and I just didn't feel like going to my room. But it was weird because I was just sleeping on the couch. But then the time I actually, I think I got me a good bed and stuff. When I got a good bed, that was like my first time dreaming after that. That was weird. And then I started ever since then. I've been dreaming every other couple, maybe twice a week or something. Sometimes it might be no times a week. Sometimes it be once a week. I mean, or it depends. But it was weird though.
when you dream, is there parts in the dream that seems like it's the same shit all the time?
It got me thinking now. My brain hurt. I'm trying to think if I even remember some of them dreams. I know some.
I can ask everybody on the panel and everybody on Earth that there are certain parts about a dream that they've been having since they were young.
Yeah,
There's always shit. Believe me, it's there.
for me, there is like I did an experiment like a little while ago. So this kind of going back to what you said about the third eye. I placed something on my third eye, and I listened to like a meditational kind of thing before going to sleep, and then I woke up with a headache. I had a crystal over my third eye, and apparently like it was supposed to like open an intuition kind of thing, open my intuition. But when I did that, it kind of brought me back to like dreams that I have been having. It's like I think that's one reason why I forget sometimes, is because it's not that I haven't had the dream, it's just I've been having the dream. It just is becoming so like boring almost. Like parts of it
I'm talking
repeats.
about repetitive dreams. Like, when you dream, is there let's just for the sake of trying to understand this, let's say that we dream for an hour, right? The episode that we remember of what's going on is an hour. So I know some are going to be shorter and some are going to be longer. Within that hour, is there a part in that dream that goes back to the same part in every dream?
For me, there is some part, not, but it's not like it's not really
Oh,
something
y'all,
I
I need y'all
notice.
to hit these shares and like, man, like this stuff, man. I'm trying to get this stuff going, man. I'm on here for a couple more hours.
Yeah, this is some really high level shit, bro. And the reason why I'm
Nah,
trying to tell you this is this. If you keep dreaming about the same thing, it's because you haven't conquered the dream. You
Mm.
haven't went in there. It's like when you, I don't know if you guys ever played get a great escape game where you're in a room and you got to find the key and then it has like different hints and shit like that.
Absolutely.
So that is what's going on in your brain. So you have to conquer that scene of your dream so it can open up another door. And once you open up that door, you'll start seeing things and things are going to start bugging out, and you can see yourself as whatever you want yourself to be in your dream, so you wake up with that mentality. It's power. It's power. It's called power. I've read a lot of books about power, and power is not what people think it is. You understand? Power is self-control. Power, I'm sorry, but there is a very small percentage of people in this world that have self-control. Very
and
small.
that's what I was about to add to that. That's what I meant to add to that earlier. I'm saying besides the celibacy thing, I've been practicing just self control in general, just like even with my emotions, with all type of stuff. So that's what making it more easier with my journey, with my attitude. I've been working out a lot. Like every week, I got a little work. I made it a lifestyle now, so I done did that. You know what I'm saying? It's just like and and especially my attitude. So that all that stuff is just I don't want nothing to have a chain on me. I want to be able to make my decisions off of me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna get mad at somebody because somebody want me to be mad at them or something like that. I'm not gonna. It's so much with that self control. You know what I'm saying? It's a powerful thing. That self discipline is a very powerful thing, man. You look at life a whole nother way.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
It's a
most
thing.
crazy.
definitely.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
That's why I always preach about emotional control and stuff in my room. That's one of my main messages I'm gonna have out as long as I be on here is emotional, because I ain't got time for people to be in their feelings and stuff. I'm looking for solutions, you know. I ain't got time for
So
coddle me, make me feel. No, man, you better do some healing, man. This ain't what this TikTok for, man. You gotta fix yourself before you even get on here, because you're gonna make yourself worse, especially if somebody say the opposite of what you want. Like, what the heck? You're not saying what I want you to say to me and all that stuff that you just mad in real life and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not fixed. But I can talk
You
about
you you could
all
you
day.
could you could fix yourself while you're in your dream. That is the place
so
to medicate and to heal.
Mm-hmm.
so
Hey,
back to me.
Yes, let's do it.
I go to sleep and wake up. Now I'm scared because mental said that's not a good thing.
No, no, no. Don't be scared. I'm just saying someone told me that.
But see, that's always been my concern. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Like, how do you just not? I mean, how do you just not dream at all?
How do
Like,
you feel
that's
when you wake
extreme.
up?
No,
How
but
do you
that's
feel?
that's okay.
Fine, rested.
I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. I just wanted to know what level you're on, like whether you dream at all, whether you know, or if you dream every day. Those are the levels.
Maybe
Zero
once or twice a year, but nothing reoccurring.
is new. Everything is new.
Yeah, I don't. It's not like a feeling of, oh, I've dreamt this before, because again, it's maybe once or twice a year. Like I literally don't have any problem sleeping, which I'm grateful for. But everybody's always talking about dreams, and I can't participate because I don't know.
Well, maybe then she does everything she dreams of in her life already.
Impossible.
You're right.
Impossible. Impossible because the
Nice try, Fairy
dreaming is so creative. Just saying, dreaming is so creative that it'll make you believe something when you wake up. You
Yeah,
understand what I'm saying? Like
but what if you meditate?
meditate is part of it, but you can't meditate when you're dreaming.
I don't meditate.
But isn't it, dreaming, isn't dreaming all about getting your consciousness and your subconsciousness in contact with each other?
Multiple dreams.
Dreaming is getting in contact more with the spiritualism because your body is not playing a role. It's resting.
Your consciousness is not playing a role.
How is it not?
Your conscious has to play a role, but it's more about spiritualism. Remember, the third eye is the subconscious, the conscious, and the subconscious, the conscious, and the spiritualism. So you can use the conscience because you can think in the dream.
Um. So
That's the
like,
whole point. I'm trying to teach you how to think in the dream, how to actually use the time in your dream to facilitate a manifestation. You can when you're dreaming, that's the mechanic time. That's the mechanic shop. That's where you take the car to the mechanic. You feel me? That's where you get everything fixed
So
under the hood.
my car doesn't work.
Well,
Oh man.
honestly, Stella, I would love to have some nights like you and wake up rested.
But
Because even
that's
though
why you're not rested because you're what's happening in the dream, the
I
anxiety.
know,
You know
I
what I'm saying?
know.
Like yeah.
And even though I don't remember my dreams all the time, I know that my brain is working overtime while I'm sleeping because when I wake up, I'm still tired. So
Well,
some
let me
of
ask you a
those
question.
nights with no dreams at all would be very beneficial.
No, 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 no. See, I get what you're saying because at the moment your dreams may be hurting you, right? I get that, or whatever it is, the energy that you're using while you're dreaming or sleeping, right? Are you an overthinker?
Me?
I
Yes,
would
Yes.
but that's the problem. See, you can't blame it on the dream if you're going into the dream overthinking.
Oh, maybe that's a fairy tale. Because remember, I don't dream.
yeah, that's
Well, you
I
no,
get
all
what
right.
you
How
mean.
about this? You don't dream yet. We're gonna get to you. You don't dream yet.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna start dreaming after this conversation. You're gonna
I
start
do
dreaming.
I do overthink. Like I think a lot, and I think a lot all day long, and I think
Well,
maybe I'm mentally tired when I go to sleep.
and this is why you can't dream every day because you're going into the dream with an overthought process. And what you got to understand is that there is nothing that you're going to fix before you go to sleep, right? That's a mentality. That is a mindset.
Um, I think for me, I was kind of like that too. I overthink sometimes,
Hmm.
and naturally, I have to shut off that part of my brain. Like when I notice that I'm overthinking about something, it helps when I like don't lean into those thoughts too much. And it could be about like anything, but I still dream. Like I have like I dream, but it's very my dreams are still weird. Like I when I do have them, I remember them because it's like I don't know. I find I've always found them like I don't know. Like, I wake up from them. I'm like, what was that? Like, what was that? I've even looked into like the meanings of my dreams. Like, I've even considered getting a dream journal, like just writing down the dreams that I have and then reflecting on those dreams and like what they mean to me.
And you can take that journal with you inside the dream. I'm not talking about physically.
Yeah,
It could present itself telling you what to write next in that book from the dream.
that's an interesting like concept that I
If you
never
if you
thought of.
okay, let me show you how to dream. Check it out. Everybody today is gonna go through some crazy experience within the next day or two. Watch. Don't start looking at me differently. I'm telling you that this is something of a higher nature. All right. Overthinkers take their problems into their sleep, and
Hmm.
that's why they wake up with them because the time that they're spending while they're sleeping is not productive. People think that when you go to sleep, that all systems are down. You can't do that. That just means part of the system or the homeostasis or the equilibrium inside your body is dormant at that time, right? It's not working, but there's other parts that are working. Like, in other words, go to the gym, right? And you work out for the guys that lift that get muscles. You tear your muscles up to the point that you go back to sleep, and while it's resting, it's healing. The damage that you did is repairing, and that's how you get bigger muscles and stronger muscles, right? It's the same process when you're dreaming. While you're dreaming, there's a specific roles and specific things that you're supposed to do while you sleep. But if you're overthinking it, you know what I'm saying, then you're not being productive. It's how you go to sleep that makes the difference. It's how you go to sleep. Anybody go to sleep with organic sound, like rain, thunder,
I do.
what that is huge. It is huge to go to sleep to nature. Because then now you're connecting with Mother Earth. This is the thing. Biologically, we are made of more about carbon than anything else. Yes, we have water, I get it, but we're talking about matter. See, now we could get scientific with it as well. Let's get back into the spiritual essence. Somebody did say, I think it was the young lady, that what you watch influences, you know, what you see when you
It
dream,
was me.
Niche, how
right?
about
Because
go to sleep with a scary movie then, Niche, see what type of dream you get then.
well,
That's actually very
that's
healthy.
because
Really?
well,
Yeah.
yeah. So the
I
reason
do that.
why so the reason why what you watch will influence your dreams is because that is how your brain makes memories. That is how it processes the information. If you do not sleep and hit REM sleep, you do not process information nearly as well as somebody who sleeps. If you stay up all the time and you're overthinking it, you're not going to hit REM sleep. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's impossible. It just doesn't happen as easily for you.
No, that makes a lot of sense. See, the whole thing, just to bug you out, fear is the best thing to take into your dream.
I would have never thought of that. I don't really like.
How do you react when you scared?
How do I act?
How do you react? React.
I don't know.
Remember,
I guess I
remember,
jump.
fear does fight, freeze, or flight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So which one are you?
I fight.
So then you'll be fighting in your dream
Why would I want to do that?
because that's what we're trying to do.
Man.
The fight is inside of us.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's where you got to take the fight to. That's where you got to take the fight to the reflective sensory, the person in the mirror. See, people don't understand what reflection is. Everybody, there's so many psychiatrists and so many smart people on TikTok, but what they're not doing is figuring it out and admitting when they're wrong, so they don't grow. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not that they're wrong. Everybody's right. It's that the information is not complete. So when you hear it on TikTok, you hear bits and pieces of it, and then you got to put it together like a jigsaw puzzle. That's not the way you're supposed to learn it. It shouldn't be a riddle. Facts are not riddles. You understand what I'm saying? So let's just wrap it up. If you go into your dream with fear, you'll make shit happen. And then you could be fear in the dream, and then you've dealt with the situation with with the fear in your dream. Now you feel accomplished when you wake up.
Okay, y'all making me stretch now. I'm gonna have to try that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
I
Like think about
avoid
it.
scary
Yeah, I
movies.
think I
No,
think once
no,
you
no.
stop looking for your love language, you gonna be able to find out how to find a dream.
Oh, Kevin, come on.
Evan?
Love language is crucial to what I'm talking about.
Tell him, Marika.
Mm-hmm.
It is very important to learn at least the minimum five. People always say, there's more than five, but the five is a good start. Some people say three, that you're supposed to have two of the five. Don't listen to these people. You're being indoctrinated by them telling you how many you should or shouldn't have, right? If somebody tells you everybody has two or five, what do you think you're gonna believe? We have
Mm.
all five.
That
We
there are
have all.
limits.
We
Thank you,
those,
Omega. We
but
have all.
the limits are controlled by you. Those are called boundaries.
Yes, yes. We
Oh,
right. I like how
Kevin.
you put that.
Okay.
Preach
So
that stuff. Preach.
you could manifest anything in your dream. You will have. Let me tell you something. If when this starts working for you, if anybody is into attraction, like if you want to attract something, money, a person, people, if you want men to throw you flowers, if you want women to look at you in a different way, pay attention about what I'm about to tell you. That energy shit is real
Most
because
definitely.
people can feel a confident person.
Mm-hmm.
A
I don't
confident,
use I don't use the law of attraction in my sleep. I do that during my days. I wake up, I start with it. I go to bed, I end with it. And I don't do that in my sleep. My brain has enough to do in my sleep. And to answer your question, Omega, I'm not an overthinker. I'm a thinker. My head processes 1,000 of thoughts every minute, and that goes through the night.
I get
um,
what you're saying. But
I
when I
was
say overthinker, it's not just, I'm not saying,
Negative.
it's not just, look, it's not just the overthinking in the sense like you're putting too much into it.
Well,
It could
that's what an
also,
over.
but it could also mean the multitasking as well.
No, this is not. It's not either of that. I try to make it clear. An overthinker takes one thought and then thinks a lot about it. A multitasker takes several things that he tries to do at the same time. My brain can process a multitude of thoughts at the same time and then just hop from one to another. While we're having a conversation, there is so many questions popping up in my head about all these different things that are said, and it
Mm.
just that comes up into my sleep, and then I'm gonna process this. I'm gonna connect things that were said and answers and questions, and by doing that in the morning when I wake up, I solve that riddle.
That's
You know,
exactly what I'm saying. That is exactly what I am saying.
see, and I've heard that that is possible, which brought my attention to the fact that I don't seem, to my knowledge, have any productive brain, not brain activity, because I know I'm
it,
alive, right? But y'all know what I mean.
it's there. You just gotta get those two things and put it and go clear. You understand? That's all you gotta do.
Okay, war movies and scary
Um,
movies. I'm gonna come back and tell you.
It's gonna look. How about this? Here's another example. Music. Okay, the music
Okay.
that you hear can also dictate a lot of shit. And to prove it, there are songs that can trigger you. There are songs that can bring you to a place that you was trying to escape. That's why I always suggest to people to pick your own playlist so that you're not hearing random music and that you're risking things. Because you won't even know. You'll be singing a song halfway through and you're feeling it and you're doing it and halfway through it'll just change on your ass from one second to another. The horror stories start coming back.
That's
It,
true.
it's the same shit. But that's happening when you're awake.
Okay, so when I was researching all this on YouTube, they had like all these motivational, not motivational, but they had all these sounds like the rain and the music and the fish and all this stuff. But it still doesn't. I still don't dream. Like it's peaceful falling asleep, yes, but I still
You
don't.
you 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 will. You just have to change your language. You see how you said a little while ago, you said, I heard that it's possible. When you start having faith, because
Hmm.
remember I told you that it's a lot spiritual. There's a lot of spiritualism in it. So what is spiritualism? There's a lot of faith in spiritual.
Hmm.
The way you speak is what tells your dream that you're ready to go in there. Because your subconscious is listening to you 24 hours a day, right?
Hmm.
But your
Most definitely.
but your conscious is only when you're awake. For those people that are actually conscious, right? For the benefit of the doubt. So the transfer of information is related inside of spiritualism, inside of subconscious and conscious, but it's all expressed in a different language, if you could say it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't, you have to speak to one, you have to listen to one, and then you have to feel one. And that energy is what I'm talking about. Like I was saying today, when I was in the parking lot, I felt like a giant. I felt like everybody's tiny. You know what I'm saying? Like it's weird, but and then everything is moving slow, so slow that you're at a different speed. And it's the difference between jogging in place and jogging for distance.
um, can I ask you something?
Please.
So earlier you said that like
So
you
wait,
can you can attract anything from your dream. So like from how like your dreams are. I have been attracting so many different things around me, and it's never been that way. Like I could say like I can look back like years ago, my life was completely different, and like my attraction, my energy was also different. Um, and I say that because like okay, so I didn't know I was if I was manifesting men in my dreams, but they just started coming out of the woodworks, and like now it's like I didn't even know that was possible. Like I have guys or men that I never would have thought would be like just there now, but they're here, and it's kind of weird almost.
Yes, weird in a good way. And if you feel anything, you have to make sure that it's the butterflies, not the anxiety.
So can I ask everyone else in the box? I don't know, Kev, you didn't really share about dreams, but does everyone feel like they have been searching for this information or show some particular interest before, or did it just happen naturally for you?
About what? What information?
Interest as far as what?
all of the, I mean, just what you've experienced with your dreams, has it like always
Um,
been that way, or do you think, or was there a time where you like focused your energy on learning, kind of like I am right now, like looking for information? Like, did you have to do that, or was it just something that happened for you?
I
Um,
let it happen. That's what I did. So it was like a kid. I wasn't thinking too hard on my dreams. I just unless I had to wake up with think up hard something. But nah.
Listen, no, well, that's why I said I don't know about you, because you're not, you didn't share anything too spiritual about your dream. But like fairy tale, you said that you manifest things and you saw problems in your dreams, and mental, and then AJ, she had a bit to say. Is this something you guys are focusing on, or has it kind of always been there?
For me, I mean, it was yes and no. Um, I know, I mean, mine wasn't necessarily so much spiritual as much as I kind of always like to know the why to things to figure out if I can fix it. It's kind of that kind of person. But I remember having like dreams and then going through periods where it felt like I didn't dream. Um, and so just kind of doing research through that from my, and this is just what I realized is that I noticed a pattern, right? So I noticed when I'm dreaming, right, is usually times where I'm content. I'm not stressed out. I'm not running a million miles a second during the day, right? When I'm
Mm.
running and I feel like I'm busy and I have to be busy from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to sleep, I don't dream. Or, I mean, I dream, I just don't remember them.
Okay,
So it's
that's not
like,
like.
yeah. So like if that's for me, that's kind of how it was. But I do believe that you can manifest things through dreams. And that's part of the reason why I feel like the first 15 minutes of your day and the last 15 minutes of your day are crucial. What you feed your brain during those times is crucial. If
Absolutely.
you're manifest, so like I manifest sometimes in the morning, and then I'll go back to see, maybe I'm manifesting things for that day or writing goals or whatever. And then I'll go right before I go to sleep, and then I'll come up with a plan. Then I'll go to sleep, I'll process that, right? And again, kind of like, Amigo was saying, I'll listen to, because the one that I will go to sleep to is like the campfire and thunder sounds, like the rain. And I'll just go to sleep to that, and then I'll wake up, and in the first 15 minutes, I'll wake up, I'll listen to some motivation, get the blood pumping, and then write manifestations real quick, and then I'll run through the day.
Hmm.
Just
Okay.
goes in circles for me. Yeah,
Yeah, I do
something
feel
I
like
do.
my days are pretty busy, because I just thought maybe I was just so busy during the day that I just fall asleep at night.
Well, you're falling asleep, but
well, it
that's the
sounds
thing. Like
blissfully.
subconsciously,
It's
it
It
is, but it
does, but
isn't
I
sometimes.
have I have a lot of anxiety, and I do feel stressed out. And there are some problems I'd like to solve that I haven't been able to get a grasp on, and and it's different when you say, okay, my car needs to be fixed. That's a physical thing that you can do, right? You can at least plan for. But when you're having like this mental trouble that you can't kind of get your footing, or you can't, drop an anchor, so to speak, those are like the worst. And so I've been really just trying to think, like, why do I still feel uneasy when nothing physical going on, but I'm still uneasy. I'm still unsettled. I'm still got anxiety. I'm
Well,
still
you
thinking, running.
you can
Um,
have you can be stressed out about things that aren't always in your conscious though.
right,
Subconsciously, you could be still dealing with stress, and that's the thing.
right. And I feel it physically,
Yeah.
right? But
Mhm.
when I lay down, it doesn't keep me up at night. And that's the part that's so confusing. I
Be thankful
literally
for
go to
that.
sleep.
Be thankful for that. Some people, do develop like me. I have insomnia. During times where I'm super stressed, but for the most part, I try to treat dreaming like when I'm asleep as giving my nervous system a break. So I try not to watch things that are going to stress me out right before I go to bed because what's going to happen when I sleep? I'm going to be stressed out.
And that's what I thought. But they're saying watch scary movies and war movies.
yeah, I
It
will
it
never watch scary movies
depends.
before I go to bed.
It, it,
I
it
was
yes, I mean you could go that route. Um, It just at the end, I mean, for me, I just feel like it just depends on you. For some people that works. I get what what the panel's saying when they're saying like, oh yeah, it inflicts fighting, right? So you're fighting through that, but then at the same time, for somebody like me, I have to give my nervous system a break. Um, so I try to be kind of blissful and just kind of sleep through the night and then tackle what I need to because a lot happens when you go to bed and you sleep and you hit REM, right? When you hit REM, not only are you processing information from the day, your brain's going through everything because you have to think about how much information that you are taking in at any given moment while we're awake. Your eyes are picking up stuff because you're looking at stuff. You're hearing things constantly. You're feeling things. Your senses are constantly being utilized. That's a lot of information. And when you hit REM, that's when your brain is sorting through that information. It's taking away what's not relevant and it's trying to keep what is. So then that's happening. And then also your body is healing at the same time. So if you're working out, it's very important that you get a good night's sleep. If you're sick, it's good you get a good night's sleep. There's a reason for that. But that's just my 2 cents on it.
I
Appreciate it.
was gonna say, like, I think it would be important for you to work through the anxiety first. Because, like, I'm someone that I also deal with, like, the mental health part. Like, I noticed that when, in moments where I'm anxious or I'm dealing with my ADHD, it is harder for me to go to sleep. So I would suggest dealing with some of the anxiety and then going from there, and as far as like the dreaming part, because I've always dealt with anxiety, and that's just what works for me. Like, I have anxiety around sleeping, so, or just, general anxiety. I think that the best thing to do is to, like, sometimes write down your thoughts, write what's making you anxious, and really reflect on why is that making you anxious. Why, like, do that throughout the day. Ask yourself why. Like, why are you feeling the way that you feel? Even if it's not outside of anxiety, maybe you're depressed. Because I've also dealt with both of those things. Like, so I think it's just the matter of first dealing with your anxiety, dealing with your stress, and then going from there.
Thanks. I appreciate that. I do have to mention, though, that I've diagnosed myself with anxiety. I have to be honest about that part. Nobody's diagnosed me with anxiety. I think that I sometimes don't want to call it stress. So I call it anxiety. So whatever the difference between those two are, I'm just admitting that I
I
don't know.
think I think what helps for me because I do have mental health as well, but like I also suffer from anxiety is figuring out what kind of anxiety it is. What's up, Mike? Um, like for because like the way the way the consensus is around society around sorry, I'm lost in like other thoughts. Around anxiety, I feel is not always accurate. We view anxiety as always being a bad thing. In some cases, it is a good thing. It is a survival thing, right? So, for example, if you're standing on a really high building, most of us are going to get anxiety that we're going to fall. That's our brain's way of saying, hey, be careful, right? So it's kind of a way of getting us to kind of pay attention to something. And whatever it is that you're stressing out about, you got to fix that. Any otherwise, the anxiety is gonna trickle. I feel like they go hand in hand. That's just
They
me.
do. And I
Okay,
can,
so I'm going to stop using the word anxiety because I absolutely do mean a negative because I am actually talking about stress. You clarified that for me. I don't ever,
Hmm.
and I know that anxiety doesn't always have to be negative, but in this conversation, I learned that when I say I have anxiety, I'm always talking about something that's negative. So that lets me know I'm probably talking about something that I'm more stressed out about
Well,
rather than
well, anxiety is both. It's both good and bad. If you don't deal
I'm,
with the things that are stressing you, you will feel anxiety. You don't have to have a diagnosis to feel anxiety. Many of us feel anxiety. There's not a
Well, well,
person
well,
in
here's
here
the
that's not
thing.
feeling sick.
Here's the thing. Let's take the
Yeah,
word diagnosis out of anxiety because
exactly.
anxiety is anxiety is
Human.
human across the board. So
Thank you.
you can't be diagnosed with anxiety. That's
With
not how it
anxiety.
works.
No.
Can't do that.
Yeah, everybody. That's why I was saying like everybody in
Okay.
here has
Yeah,
experienced it.
you can't
They
do
just
that
have a
Okay.
diagnosis.
because anxiety is three things, right? Three things. Anxiety is worry, it is tense, and it is afraid. Those are the three
Hmm.
things that anxiety is, right?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So a stubborn person is also in fear of the unknown. That's why they don't want to change because they don't want to know what's behind door number one because they're stuck in their ways. They're comfortable in where they're at, right? That would make them uncomfortable. Change is always uncomfortable until
Hmm.
you start changing. When you start seeing the differences and the benefits of actually changing, nothing else will contribute to that. Nothing. Because then you realize, okay, I tried it. Either it was horrible or it wasn't that bad, right? Or maybe it was easy,
Hmm.
right? But you don't know this. So once you start changing, once you start seeing the results of it, it allows you to now take more leaps of faith. It allows you to at least take more what we would call risk and chances. They're not chances or risk at all. These are opening doors so that we can have
Hmm.
more choices. And the more choices we have, the more options we have, right? So we
Hmm.
don't feel like we're obligated to do things in just one way or form. So this is what I say. Look, here's the key. Here's the key. Here's the key to dreams, right? Here's the key to life, right? Besides balance, because I promote balance, everything that you do it has to be done in balance. But this is what they kill when we're young. This is what they kill.
Mm-hmm.
That's the key right there. Curiosity is a superpower, but we get taught otherwise in society, in our culture, in our beliefs, even where we come from. Curiosity is a superpower because the more curious you are, the less fearful you are. The more curious you are, the more you hold less. Because when you're curious and you need to find out and you need to know something, you should find it. You should open your sources. You should be creative. You should find and be lucrative, you know what I'm saying, in what you do. But this is where it is. So since we're young, our parents even bug out with this. You understand? You're so curious, mind your business, you're so nosy. You know what I'm saying? Curiosity is what the key is to the dream. Because because you have to have that passion and curiosity in order to find the answers. You have to be curious. And you have to put a lot of focus into that.
Okay, I can see that. No, you guys are definitely helping me. Um,
And
and, and the reason I said that about anxiety is because I do want to. Is that Kevin? I don't want to be insensitive to people who have, um, severe trouble with these things. By calling my stress something that it's not. You know what I mean? Um,
I
Yeah,
can
but
under
don't. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say I can understand that because like I've kind of heard it as far as like when people say, "Oh, I have ADHD," but it's not ADHD at all. It's something else that they're dealing with, and
Right,
I've
because
dealt
a
with
lot of
that.
people say that they have anxiety.
Yeah,
Oh, I have anxiety. It's like it's a really big, we call them buzzwords, trigger words or whatever. And um I just want to be careful that I'm using it correctly. Besides, if I say that I have something that I don't really know whether I have, but I'm asking help for it, you know what I'm saying? I may not get the help that I need because I'm, for lack of a better word, diagnosing myself with something that I actually don't have. You know what I mean? Because you guys have said a lot of things that sound like what I'm going through. So I'm just coming to the realization that it may not be anxiety at all, you know?
and
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what we're saying. And they keep using anxiety as an excuse not to produce or not to do something. And
Mm-hmm.
those could be green flags.
Mm-hmm.
Those feelings that you're feeling could be green flags. It's just the anticipation of a change, the anticipation of something different, which we're not embracing it because right away we start becoming defensive or reserved about this feeling, and we need to embrace it. We
Right.
should be embracing anxiety instead of fighting it because most anxiety is self inflicted on hypothetical situations where you think could happen.
Okay. I'm sorry, Miss. I
Look,
was
Well,
cutting you off there.
this was cool. Watch this. Look, check this out. I'm going to do this. I did this before and I'm going to do it again. Check it out. On one side, you have anxiety, right? And on the other side, you have false expectations, right? And in the middle, you have what's called assumptions, which the definition of an assumption is coming to a conclusion without the fact, right? So what's the difference? If most anxieties are things that you could see happening, but that hasn't happened yet, right? And then you have false expectations when you're not focusing on the facts and it becomes an illusion and then delusional. And then you center it by the assumptions that you make, which are not based on fact. Then you're living in a hypothetical world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It doesn't actually exist.
I can see
But
that.
but our feelings, control of our feelings is allowing it to be alive. When you control your feelings, you're also eliminating anxiety.
Right.
See where I'm going? Because anxiety is the result of an overthought process, like an overthinker. You see the correlation here?
Yeah, I
So
do.
you could have anxiety throughout the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you manage to get a hold of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That anxiety is not over like you think it is. It's still there. It's still affecting your body. It's still affecting your nerves. It's still affecting your heart. It's still affecting your brain. It's still affecting your neural system. It's still affecting your heart. It's still fucking with you. So you have to kind of spiritually cleanse yourself out of it because it is still working. I'll give you an example. Medicine expires, right? But it doesn't
Mm-hmm.
mean that it doesn't work anymore. It just means that it works less potent. You understand? It gets
Okay.
a little weaker. You see how
Mm-hmm.
you see the correlation there?
Yeah.
It's a very simple thing. Control your feelings. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to me. Learn how, learn the essence of emotional intelligence. Understand that feelings were meant to be temporary. It is us that do not know how to let them go. Okay? We are
Okay.
doing it to ourselves. And once you know this already, you catch yourself and you check yourself. This is the self check system. You'd be like, oh shit, I was about to go down that route.
Yeah. I
Anxiety
definitely
makes you
make sure I
unbalanced.
can do that. Yeah.
Trust
I
me,
just
pay attention to what I'm saying. It's easy. It's easier than what people think it is.
mhm. I just want to go ahead and just put that out there. If I seem a little like distracted, I'm thinking about a whole other thing. Nothing bad, just a whole other concept right now that I'm processing right now. Doing research in, so I'm just processing a lot. So if I just seem a little off, that's why. I just wanted
No,
to let y'all know.
everybody here is in good shape because
Yeah.
I believe that the only things that can happen are the things that you believe. Because if you
Yeah.
believe something bad, you're gonna believe for it to exist, right? If you believe something good, then you believe for it to exist. So it is us that while we're conscious, what we think, we're at war. Our subconscious, our conscious, and our spiritualism are at war because we're not communicating with our inner self because we are
Hmm.
hurting ourselves by allowing our emotions to dictate how we see shit, our mindset. Mindset has nothing to do with feeling. Your brain tells you what to do and it convinces you of a great idea. Then your heart comes and plays games and challenges that and makes it in opposition.
Hmm. Yeah. No, I mean that's I wasn't saying that as if like I was manifesting it for to be bad. I don't have any sense of anxiety. It's just an intellectual thing that's going on in my brain trying to understand something
Yeah.
that I
I,
came across last night, and I'm starting to see some stuff. Basically,
good.
I'm thinking about collective illusions and how much that we play into those, and how much of our expectations are built around those. That is what my brain is on right now. So just in case I say something that you're like, wait, what? I'm processing different
No, you're
different
talking
avenues.
aloud at certain point. You understand? And I get that.
Yeah.
And you know what? This, you know why we talk out loud is because we're not, there's too much in there. And I'm not saying there is, it's not a lot of good things. Look, too much of anything is too much. Even the great things. People don't get this. Too much of good things is too much. Even the good things, even the great things,
Mm-hmm.
everything must be done in moderation. Otherwise, there is no balance. And
Mhm.
that's where anxiety comes from. It's an imbalance because you don't have enough confidence to remove that thought, because that thought that you're thinking, because it's possible, you make it realistic. You have to learn what impossible versus definitely versus improbable versus probable versus most likely. You have to start putting things in a scale so that you don't go from 0 to 100 with the anxiety and be like, oh shit, this is coming again. No, you put it in scales so that you could be like, it's possible. Anything is possible. But is it probable?
It's basically the same concept of a mental prison. That's
It's
basically
the
like kind
fucking
of what I'm getting
hamster
at. It's a
wheel.
mental
Yeah,
prison.
yeah.
It's
It's the
it's
fucking hamster
so
wheel. Go
like
fucking round and round.
I like to say human beings are complex, but they're not dramatically complex. There's a difference. Dramatically complex to me, or complicity, is the consensus that what's the word? Why can't I talk? Complexity means sophistication. So subconsciously, sometimes we will overcomplicate things,
Mm-hmm.
furthermore creating anxiety,
Yeah.
creating stress, and sometimes just being self-aware and being like, okay, cool. Sometimes, like, I ask myself that all the time. Am I overreacting? Could I be overthinking a situation? Should I just look at it for what it is? Right? People do this in relationships all the time. They didn't text me back. What are they doing? And now your brain has just ran through 50,000 scenarios when it could just be that person sleeping
That's a
or they're
lot
busy.
of energy. That's a lot of energy. If we learn
Hmm.
how to
You got to
consolidate
know
our
when to stop it.
energy, yeah. You see, look,
You got to know
the
when to
the
stop.
the whole thing is this. I said a lot of things today, but at least if you start looking at it from another perspective, you'll see that it is possible. The whole trick to balance is very simple. Like if you're looking at it mathematically in an equation, right? Whatever you do to one side of an equation, right, you have to do it on the other side in order for it to be balanced, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you put yourself in a state of overthinking something, then you're becoming unbalanced. So I personally don't go gun ho about anything anymore. What I do is let it present itself in whatever form it is, and take 2 steps back and use a little bit of prudence. You know what I'm saying? The same way that you should take 2 seconds before you respond to someone, the same way you should react as well, because those 3 seconds could prevent you from going 0 to 100. And when someone starts speaking, some people are more anxious than others, but those people that really go off the helm, right? For those people that go off the helm, the job is to catch yourself before you do it. Be curious enough to read about this. Go read. Go look it up. Find out how people have coped with it, right? That what you're reading is not going to help you. Part of it is so the more answers you get, you come together with. I listen to Ant. I listen to Mental. I listen to Fairy Tale. I listen to all these components, right? And then you're gonna take the best pieces out of it, and then you're gonna create your own blueprint.
Hmm. But I
Um,
think I agree. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say that something I've noticed is that, like, even if you are dealing with stress or anxiety, those things are reflecting on your nervous system. Whether you
Hmm.
realize it or not, all of those things, your nervous system can play a huge part in your reality because it's a part of you. So if you are stressing to the point where, like, more often than not, let's say you're stressing, that's going to reflect on your body, your nervous system. So how do you think your consciousness is going to feel? How do you think how do you think your dreams are going to turn out when you're stressing your nervous system?
Hmm.
When my day
You're
is
gonna
not
end up
when my
getting
day when not
nightmares.
when my day is not going like 100% the way I plan, I look forward to dreaming.
That's a perspective. I was just typing in the
I
chat.
can tell she 19, man. She got that little innocent talk, the little innocent voice. That's crazy. She be like, yeah, and I just want to let you know that. Yeah, I can tell that's right.
Hey,
My bad.
Kev, where'd you pop up from? You haven't been here in a second. What are you
You
doing
right,
over
you
there?
right, you right. I had to doesn't die. Nah.
So look, check this out. Going into the new year, I got some advice for everybody, right? Check it out. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again because it's important. I came up with a concept. Look, when January 1st comes, right, which is, I don't know, 19, 18 hours away, right? When January 1st comes, this is what you do. Check it out. As soon as January 1st hits, you say, this is the best year that I ever had in my life.
Mm-hmm.
On January 1st. This is the best year that I ever had in my life.
Okay.
What that does is it eliminates the competitiveness and the anxiety of trying to be better than a year that was previous, and then you have to manifest or you have to live that year again, and then you don't remember that in every year there's ups and downs, right? It's not always roses. So there's really nothing to compare it to, and all you have to do is maintain it instead of trying to reach a place that you're never going to reach.
Right. Got it. We've already declared it the best year, so
Yes,
that's
it is. It is. This is and then people will say, "But how could it be the best year when you haven't lived it yet?" I'm going with that. I'm going with this is the best year of my life. You know what happens?
Mm-hmm.
It ends up being the best year of your life. It
Yep.
really does because then what you have a sense of urgency to be more curious.
Mm-hmm. And
You
then
end
you.
up That's
Sorry.
it. Just that's all it is. You
I
end up being more curious. You learn more. You become a better person. You have conversations like this about self-improvement, about loving yourself first, about the languages of love, and about mental health and being strong and self-control and the true flex. And why you're not attractive is because your energy is in the wrong place and you're not speaking well because you're not speaking slow enough. Your brain is faster than your mouth and you're trying to speak exactly what your brain is thinking and you shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Your brain is not going to slow down, so you have to slow down the velocity
Mm-hmm.
of your mouth so that if you
Yeah.
are falling to a place where you have a loss for words, then you can actually have enough time to think about something
I,
while you're speaking. You see how that works? You slow down the way that you speak so that your brain notices, hey, he slowed down with the mouth. He slowed down with the mouth. Slow down, brain. Slow down. But we don't see that. We don't see that. We this is how we talk. If we were to actually talk the way our brain talks, this is how we sound. So the other day I went to the house and you don't even know what happened. I swear to God, you couldn't even feel me. You know what I'm saying? Blah, 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 blah. Like you don't. It's crazy. Slow down your mouth, and your brain will recognize that your mouth is slowing down. So now your
mm-hmm.
brain makes the adjustment for you. It's
I
powerful
think.
shit. I'm telling you.
I think when you also like when you set it up with the saying that you're gonna be there the best year. You also set your mind up to where you're gonna do everything to prove it. Prove to yourself that it's gonna be the best year. So you gonna set your mind up to make you not be basically to
I have a video about
to
that.
not make. Let me see. Hold up. I'm trying to think of the word.
It's not.
Basically,
It's
I
uncompetitive. You see, it's
yeah,
uncompetitive.
I
That's
have
the
it's
a
key.
basically you competing with yourself. So you like basically, yeah, it's something like that. I'm just saying like,
You're removing the competition, and the competition is what creates the stress and the anxiety because now you're trying to keep up with something and you can't because every year is different. You know, different people die. I'm sorry, I'm going to say this, but it's going to be the truth. Different people pass away. People going to lose their jobs. People going to break up. People going to get hurt. People going to get sick. Some people are going to get smarter. Some people are going to get dumber. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so many different things are going to happen. But if you are ready from day one living that mindset, then all
right,
you have to do is maintain what happened January 1st.
right.
You don't have to
I will
be like,
say
oh, what did I do last year in the summer? You don't have to compare it to nothing because it'll be too much pressure. It'll be easier for you to just be like, this is the best year of my life, and I'm just gonna keep it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to add one thing to that. Do not be like, I hope it's going to say it with your chest.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
going to be,
Affirmative. Yeah,
right?
Mm-hmm.
absolutely.
There you go.
Reason
There
why I
you go.
say that, I have a
Same
video
with
on my
the
main page. I have
even
a
if you
video
got
on my
double
main,
D, even if
I
you got
have,
double D.
Me and
hold
you
on.
must be
I have,
related. We must be related.
right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I have a video on my main page of a guy who's talking about that, right? And he's basically saying how you shouldn't tell yourself that you hope something's going to happen because you just told 25,000 trillion cells in your body to make sure it doesn't,
I think I watched
right?
that on
Because they listen to you. Yeah,
Absolutely.
they listen to you,
Let's
right?
take that. Let's take that
Just
just a
change it.
little bit. Let's take it a little bit further. Watch this. Check
I'm
this
gonna
out.
do it.
You
Mhm.
cannot wish and hope for something that you can do something about. Like in other words, right? See, we have to put the right
Words.
motivation behind it. You understand? You
Mhm.
have to put the right motivation behind it. Like, for instance, you can't leave it up to chance with the wishes and prayers are always good, but the hopes and wishes belong into situations where you can't do anything about it. Like for instance, if somebody's in the hospital and we need the doctor to do their thing, you know what I'm saying? We hope, we pray, and we wish that the doctor can save them doing surgery, or you know what I'm saying, that can help them heal, or whatever the case may be. We can't do shit about it. But the things that we can do things about it, that's where the affirmative action comes into play. You
Mhm.
see,
That's
this is
why I
where
was right.
it's a hands-on situation. You know what I'm saying? And we keep wishing and hoping, and what we're doing is eliminating the hands-on. Oh, I hope that happens. So you're really actually gonna sit there and wait for it to come in the mailbox, wait for it to appear. No, you have to be aggressive and be proactive about it. When you hope and you wish for things, you eliminate the proactivity.
Yeah,
Mm,
if you
that
sit there
makes
and
sense.
say, "Oh, I hope I make money," the only person stopping you from doing that is you.
You can't hope
You
these
are your
things,
worst enemy. You are your worst enemy. At the end of the day, that is fact. You are your worst enemy. You are your biggest critic.
but you
Sometimes you
don't.
have to beat that into
But you don't have
submission.
to be. But you don't have to be because once
You
you
don't
learn
have to be.
self-love
You got to
and
learn.
once you have self-control, it eliminates that shit too. You don't understand how much
True.
bullshit that when you self-love and you have control, you don't know it because it will not be there anymore. You're gonna be missing it. We've been dealing with this shit for so long that when you make that transmutation and that transformation, you're gonna be like, what the fuck just happened? That backpack that you've been walking around all your life, that heavy ass backpack that you're like, God damn, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it starts going away in pieces as you advance and you start learning more, little by little. These negative things, these it's gonna go away because you're replacing negative thoughts with positive thoughts. So the balance is different. Here's your negatives.
Hmm.
Here's your negative. Here's your positive. Add more positive. You know what I'm saying? It's the positive don't have to catch up with the negative. Every time you add a positive, you're eliminating a negative because you're doing the contrary.
Hmm.
I want to add that most people don't know how to have positive thoughts because even though they think they have positive thoughts, they still think into negatives. So let me give
Yeah,
you an example.
I feel you on that.
If I get a lot of bills, people will think in their mind, oh, I don't want to have a lot of bills no more. Instead of changing it into, I'm going to have enough money to pay all my bills. And there's a huge difference, because by pointing out the bills, you wish your bills into life. They will keep on coming. And by
Mm-hmm.
pointing your focus on the money you need to pay the bills, you will attract the money to pay the bills. And this is a very small thing, but a lot of people do it. And I'm a firm believer in the law of attraction. You get exactly what you ask for.
Mm-hmm.
So the way you formulate those things in your head, before you formulate them, stop,
Mm-hmm.
rethink them, and then formulate them in a positive way, pointing out what you really want and not what you don't want. It's
Yeah.
Yes.
something you have to train yourself on, but
Yes.
you will notice that as soon as you start doing that, the things you wish for will really flow into your life.
But I
I
feel
always
like
tell
you
people, I
hit the
always
nail
tell
on the head
people
with that.
whatever.
Good morning. This is Lorana. No wasted time. I wanted to add into that because I am on that same kind of agreement about really asking for what you want. But part of the, just dreaming about it, thinking about it, wanting it, for me has been about being honest with myself. That, I'm asking for these things. And now my challenge to myself is, what do you really want? Not what it costs, not how you gonna get it. What is it you really want? And as I begin spending time really in that mode, I am envisioning the life that I'm building. And
Beautiful.
that has made the difference because I am one of those people that thinks a lot. And that was one of the things I wanted to circle back to. But the being honest part, like go deep, like, yeah, you want that car, but do you really? What do you really want? Do you want reliable transportation? Do you want, because you can get that car and you got payments and you got bondage to be able to pay those payments and a whole lot of other things that ripple down? Or do you want a car that's reliable? Do you want a car that's going to be consistent, that gets good gas mileage, that gets you from point A to point B with the amount of stuff that you usually take? And start really thinking about the things that I want. And for me, that has been the magic sauce. The other thing that I wanted to say as I've been listening, as some of the conversation was happening, especially about the quote unquote overthinker kind of person, it made me cringe. It made me remember some of the emotions because I'm a person that would fall into that category by other people. The way my brain works is different. The wiring is different. And even as I'm getting older, I'm learning how different it is. I had surgery on my knee. They put me on some medicine, and I woke up and my head was quiet. It was an eerie kind of silence where I remember getting up and having a cup of tea and thinking, the only thing I'm thinking about is having a cup of tea. And I asked my friend, because now I had a contrast to my brain. And I said, are you telling me that everybody around me is single tracking it in life? They thinking about one thing at a time? And
That's
the
perfect.
ego in me said, you're lazy, blah, 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 blah. Because my mind has 17 channels going on at all the time. I can think several different things at the same time. But when I let go of that idea that I had to be like them, they don't need to be like me. Some people do not need 17 channels on at one time. But for me, that's my lane. I'm wired to do that. I do integrated problem solving. I take all this data where 55 million things are happening and synthesize this into a solution and a plan and the action steps down to the very minute detail. My brain needs to work that way. And what I've learned is when I let go of what I should be and follow the pattern. Now, part of this is about having freedom in life to do it. I'm at the point in my life where I have 100% control of my time. I answer for my time to myself, and I'm grateful for that. But one of the things I've learned that insomniac, if I had to be asleep from 2 to 5 a.m., period, non-negotiable, that's changed. I've never slept more than 3-4 hours at a time. But what I've realized recently is if I go to sleep at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I can get a normal folks' night's sleep till 10 p.m. and then I'm awake for my peak times where my brain is sharp and some of the intellectual work that I'm doing right now I can show up for. That's not a normal pattern for a lot of people. I wouldn't suggest most people going to bed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and waking up at 10 p.m. talking about they're fully rested. But when I started letting go of those guilt trips that other people put onto me and really became honest with who I am, not only does the magic happen, but I am working as my best self. So I want us to be careful about trying to put everybody into this box of how you need to work. You don't need to be overthinking. Yes, I do. That's me. That's who I am if I'm being honest. Because what that did for me in life was there was a whole layer of guilt stuff that I had to then go heal from to be able to get to where I am now and to have this freedom now.
I
Can
agree.
I ask you a question, Oasis?
Yes.
Are you highly gifted?
What does that mean? When I was a child, they tested me and I have a very high IQ. I probably am on spectrums that they didn't test for when I was a child. When I look at now how we're determining that, and I have some designations because I've gone back in the past year specifically through the mental health process to say, what are these terms now? Because we have all these labels that we use, and sometimes we use them in ways that are good and sometimes bad. But to see the neurodivergencies that I may fit into, I don't really know for sure, but I'm probably on about 17 different spectrums.
It's a higher frequency. It's a higher
It's
frequency
uh,
vibration.
it's well, there's a difference between highly
Yeah.
intelligent and highly gifted. Highly gifted is that you have a high IQ, which gives you the possibility of processing things, on a very high level. But with it come a lot of different things that are social, emotionally difficult, that make you, let's say, social, emotionally difficult, that make you, let's say.
Oops. I didn't think that was gonna happen. I had to refresh my page. It was looking like the whole live was going.
Are you
My
done playing?
my bad. I try to
Are you done playing around?
my
Huh?
page was glitching and stuff. It was glitching. I couldn't see nothing. I tried to switch it out and it just
We all
threw the
got
whole
booted.
live out.
Yeah, he got sick and tired of me talking.
I think you were asking about social characters. From a very early age, I became very masterful at coping strategies. So I developed coping strategies so that I can work. And I've been self-employed, so I had to learn certain social dynamics and things like that. In my normal state, I recognize how quirky I am. I recognize all of the coping mechanisms I put in place to manage my quirkiness. Um, and my wiring is such that I think about thinking about thinking.
Mm.
I look at how my brain works. Part of that is about if I understand myself, then I'm better able to help other people understand me and know how to interact with me in ways that are positive. And so I am very intentional about thinking about how I'm thinking, what I'm thinking about, and how my brain works.
Yeah, but I get that. But I if you don't know, the thing is, I'm European and we don't call it highly gifted. We have another word for it. But I looked it up, and the American word for it should be highly gifted. You might want to look it up, because it might give you a lot of understanding of yourself and the way your brain functions, and why your brain functions differently than that from a lot of other people, and why you think so many thoughts at the same time, and you are capable of trafficking all those thoughts at the same time, and you are capable of having a perfect overview of things and analyzing things way quicker. So
But
it
I think
might be
that's
it
the
might be
point that
interesting for you.
but the point that I'm making is I don't have to understand why someone else thinks the way they do. For me, it's been about, I need to be able to accept and love that this is who I am and that I love
That's
this
what I'm
person.
telling you.
Yeah.
It
So for
might give you
me,
more insight in who you are and why you are the way you are.
okay, thank you.
It has nothing to do with other people. You don't have to compare yourself to nobody else. You are your proper you, and you are perfectly shaped the way you are. And I've been dealing with this for a very long part of my life, feeling different and having to be different and having to be like the other sheep around me, and not fitting in and being called weird. And when I understood this thing that's called highly gifted, there's a whole lot of things that just fell off my shoulder, and I started to accept myself for who I am, and sticking up my finger to everybody that doesn't understand it, but also gave me the possibility to communicate in a different way with people that don't understand me.
Mm.
Because the thing is with people that are highly gifted, we think so fast that more than once we already are at the finish line, while other people are still at the start, and we don't understand why they don't pick up with us. We don't understand why they don't see it the way we see it, and they don't get us. So it gave me a lot of tools to be able to put my feet on the brake, see and scan the room to see if they still with me. Do they still understand what I'm saying before I go on?
Yeah, I can definitely appreciate that. That's some of the learning that I've done in my growth process so that I can better interact with other people, recognizing that they are different than my wiring. So
Yeah.
I definitely appreciate the value of that. That's been part of my growth process, learning those kinds of things.
And it's hard. Yeah, I've always find it hard to communicate with others that are not wired like me, because I always got the feeling that they somehow don't understand what I'm saying, even though I feel as if I said it very clearly and I made my point very clearly. They don't seem to understand.
There's
So
some other principles too. There's some other principles that I have found that are tools. There's if you look at change dynamics, there's a gentleman that wrote a business book about how to predict the future. But what he did was he talked really about he gave some inference to how social paradigms really work. Not everyone is a part of the change dynamic at the same speed. And what I
mhm,
found in life is that there's people who, when we're thinking about kind of our social constructs, that we call it a little more progressive, and we use that word kind of broadly for a whole lot of things. But there's ways to be able to look at dynamics with people that
mhm,
I have found, even with the kind of wiring that I've got, the dynamics in the social have helped me to understand that there's certain conversations I don't have with some people. Not because
absolutely.
I don't believe in the conversations, but because when I determine where they are in the social paradigm scale, then I
They're not
realize
ready.
that what I'm talking about is not something that would be beneficial for us to have the conversation on, because we're on two ends of a different spectrum.
Absolutely.
So there's
Absolutely.
other tools in life that I've learned that I think are social tools that have less to do with my wiring and more to do really with my temperament. The
Hmm.
temperaments that I have, I gravitate to certain kinds of temperaments. That's why I'm in this live room having the conversations with you guys versus some of the others.
Hmm.
Um, so it's a toolbox, in life.
Hmm.
The way I think is just one of those pieces and nuances about who I am peculiarly. And so the formula of what fits for me in life is different. And I think we all pick up those tools along the way, and we try to refine them so that we get better able to know ourselves and to communicate, or at least some of us do it consciously. I'm probably on the spectrum on the extreme end, where change and healing and these thought dynamics are a part of a lot of thought, a lot more thought than a lot of people I'm noticing put into it. But that's just our
Hmm.
differences. That's the diversities. And that's what I bring to the community. For those that don't want to spend thousands and thousands of hours of thinking how we find these solutions or those kinds of things, there are people who do that kind of thought work. And you need to have that kind of wiring to be able to do that kind of thought work well. And so it's our diversity, and it's embracing that for myself to say I too can be a part of this diverse mix. I can be exactly who I am and embrace that. Heal it now, heal it, not the unhealed part, the healed part. And I can then also let other people be the way they are, even if it's different from me, and even if it doesn't jive and mesh real well with me, we can agree to be on other ends of the playground.
At least you can, because the other part has to decide that for themselves. And I find that more often than not, at the end, I just part ways with people that don't understand me, because there's no use. I gave up trying to make people that are not ready, that are not there yet, see things that I already see. And I accepted that they will get there eventually, but not at the speed as I get there. And sometimes, it's like with AJ. It's a celebration of people that think likewise and people that are wired the same way. And you don't have to use so many words to get your ideas across. And you hear what your own thoughts are said by somebody else. I've been longing for that for so long. um, and I don't know what your age is. I'm 48, and when I grew up, this there wasn't nobody understood this, that there were several. We knew about autism and the people that were on the other side of the IQ spectrum, but they didn't understand that there was the same balance on the other side. And that there's not only people that are highly intelligent, but there's also people that have the intelligence but have all different things extra that makes them different from the masses.
Yeah, I'm in that same age range. I'm 50. In my generation, they would test you for the gifted ed program if you showed that aptitude, but that was pretty much it. And so what happened is you got grouped with people who really probably had some of the spectrum stuff going on. And we were able to learn together in a safe, sheltered environment where we weren't attacked by others for that specialist. But let me tell you, they called us. The program was MGM. They called us mentally gifted monkeys.
Oh my
Whoa,
God.
That's what they called us. They bused us to a separate
whoa.
school. In my area, you had to be bused to a separate school, so we were all contained in one space together. Those that had been identified. And the identification only was for those who were not behavioral problems. So we only got a certain group of those who had been identified and then put into there. But for the other children, it also became a place that could have been traumatizing for a lot of those that were in that space. But it did give us the freedom to be able to learn freely, because many of us were craving that learning. We were
Yeah.
craving knowledge and data and input. We need input to keep all of those channels happening, all those channels working. And so as a child, I took drafting and French and Spanish and mythology and a whole bunch of other things that helped me have a at least some parts of my foundation that were healthy. And
Yeah.
and as an adult, I had to heal from all of the other parts that weren't as far as childhood and things like that. But it's we have titles, and sometimes I think that's used in my experience, it's been used in ways that it's like, yeah, but it's special, or don't think so much, or you think too much, and all of that is about somebody else's stuff. If I think too much, no, maybe I think more than you want to think, or maybe I talk more than you want to talk, but this is who I am.
Yeah,
And
but
so
that's yeah.
we do things in society that keep us sometimes from just accepting who we are.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's what I tried to explain earlier when Omega asked if I was an overthinker. Um, I told him, no, I'm not an overthinker. I'm a multi-thinker. I can think at so many things at the same time. I don't overthink all these things. I just think
Absolutely.
about them. And by thinking about them, it makes me want to know more about it. So I'm going to investigate in it. And then I'm going to come with the solution. And then I know it. And then I go on to the next. So that has nothing to do with overthinking, because overthinkers are making a problem out of their thoughts. I don't make a problem out of it. I just want a
Yeah.
solution.
Yeah. And it's
There's
the
this.
difference is we were talking about dreaming. You guys were talking about dreaming. And I thought, When I go to sleep, mm-mm, I don't do that because in my wake time, I think they call it lucid dreaming or whatever. I can have a download and it will take me 5 or 10 minutes in that space of that moment, and it will then take me ten pages to
Mm,
explain what that 5 minutes was all about.
absolutely.
The insight that came in that 5 minutes. And literally, it'll be 10 pages of information to explain what for me was 5 minutes. But
Yeah.
to convert that to someone else, it would be 10 pages of
That's
documentation. And so it's the contrast that it's differences, what may work for someone. And this is where, with spirituality and faith and religion, we try to box it in.
yeah.
That may be one way, and sharing it from an experiential, but making that seem like, well, if you don't operate in this same way, something's wrong with you. I think we have to just be careful in
Absolutely.
those realms, because my experience when I listened to you guys talking about dreaming, I was like, ain't none of that my life. And that stuff that people were saying we should do, I was like, that would not work for me. But it's not, it's okay if it works for someone else,
It's what
you
I
know?
said. It's what I said too. It's not. That's not how it works for me. I don't. I'm. My head goes on without me doing anything in my sleep anyway. So I don't
Thanks.
have to do anything for it. You know.
I'm happy. Get me down to 5 channels and I can sleep real good. Just don't have me at 37 channels, you know?
No. No.
It's different for
No. And
each
that's
of us.
why. And that's what AJ said. I do the same thing. It's those 50 minutes before I go to bed and those 50 minutes when I wake up that make my focus. And then the day will happen or the night will happen. But there's no way that the whole there's no controlling of it. It goes on.
So I want to
So
say, I appreciate all of your input. No wasted time. I'm glad you came up because I can identify with a lot of what you're saying in that um, I can process a lot at one time. I'm excellent at multitasking. There was a time where things were so smooth, like I felt like I could solve anything in my head. Um, but more recently, as life kind of slowed down for me physically, um, I have been still wanting to keep that running momentum, I think, in my brain, which causes me to what I categorize as overthink. Kind of my day and my life and my, all the things, to where I felt like mentally trapped. And I know a lot of those things is related to the fact that when we have lives and when we're going through our lives and we try to problem solve, the easiest thing is to talk to someone who's gone through it. I realize that I don't fit in a whole lot of those boxes. There's nobody that I know um that has experienced or is currently juggling things that I juggle, right? So that is kind of where I get tripped up at. So I get little bits and pieces from everybody and I try to apply those. Um and I just haven't been able to find myself, to find my way out of it. And all of my, excellent multitasking and, all of these other things that I do really, really well that has gotten me this far. Like I said, it just seemed to not work anymore. Um, so all of the things that they were suggesting, I've been wondering, is it related to my spirituality? Is it related to my dreams? And I know everything is relative, but just seeing where all of those things fit, in this new reality where I now understand that my programming and, childhood traumas or, whatever we have back there, knowing that those things were flawed. And trying to recreate something else, I find that has been the most difficult for me. Does that make sense? I
I
know that was
think
a
that
lot.
what that brought up for me, it makes absolute sense. One, that sense of wanting connection with a community, your tribe that fits like you fit and thinks like you fit. So you have that companionship piece of community. The other piece is that this is never, life is so fluid. And I think that's why the spiritual maturity, the healing, all of that has to go hand in hand, because I think as growth happens in my life, I get to a place and everything's working for me. And then boom, there's another layer of healing that I've got to do, where there's another growth phase that I go through, and things change because my perspective, my understanding, what was good enough to get me through that far is not good enough to get me through into the next chapter. And
Right.
so for me, every layer of healing that I do changes the game. So it's this constant change where I have to then find a new balance. I used to be able to sleep from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. That ain't my balance anymore because some things changed. And so it's this fluid thing. And I think that's where the spirituality piece has to be the part that we work on too, and the healing. Because some of the stuff I was doing, those coping skills that I had developed, they were unhealthy. I
Yes,
could
it's like mhm.
run 7 days a week, 20 hours a day at 90 miles an hour.
Mhm.
I blew both of my knees out before I got to 50.
Right.
There were some unhealthy parts that were in that mix of who I was. And so as I healed, I started doing better with boundaries on my life and my time. I started doing better with taking care of myself because I was taking care of everybody else, but I was a slave to everybody. And so it's this dynamic that's never a constant. It's never a stagnant kind of stay still. And if we let it just be that ebb and flow kind of thing, it's like standing on something that's on water. You got to just kind of keep rocking and reeling to keep that balance. And we swing like a pendulum. We're not always in dead center. But if you're doing that work, you go into those times where you know what dead center is. You know when you are dead center of who you are, the stuff is manifesting, the life is happening, you're feeling good about it. But this the ebb and flow of life. And I think you may just be in one of those growth times where life is changing you and growing you. And it's like, let it happen. Let it happen and see where
And
you
I
end
think
up in
that
your
was I'm sorry.
nectar.
Yes, I think that was the problem, letting go of that control, because I felt like a lot of things I had a lot of control over. At least I felt like I did, Like things were not perfect, but there were things that I felt like I could handle. They weren't really scary. It was just a lot. It was a lot to do. But I've never been afraid of the work. I just did what was necessary. But then you get to a point to where I just didn't have that. It was like the rug was pulled out from under me. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, right?
Whoa.
I can't prepare for this, right? I haven't prepared for this. At least I felt like I had it. And so that's definitely something I had to adapt, that let it flow. You're not going to always know, what's coming. You're not going to be able to put it together, all the
No,
time.
you cannot control it all. That's the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Armiga, I'm glad you logged back on, because I was going to hit your inbox up and say thank you for all your advice.
I didn't want to be rude, you know what I'm saying? So I came back on because it was a very so it's a very strong conversation,
Yeah.
and as I'm sitting here listening to how you guys are eloquently speaking, um I didn't want to give anybody the impression that I was trying to force the overthinking thing. What I wanted to do was is to say that, like, when you're overthinking, it could also be that you're overwhelmed. You understand what I'm saying? And we need to understand when we are and recognize when we're overwhelmed. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I recognize. Yeah, I
and
recognize that to be for me in that conversation.
yeah, so everybody has their own different overwhelming point. Everybody has different coping mechanism. Everybody has different ways to get us by for the moment, and then there's other ways to finally find closure. You know what I'm saying? And the things that we engage in, or the things that we've been holding on to the past. But again, this is just a lot of conversations coming together so that you can make sense of it, so you can get bits and pieces of it, and then you can put your own blueprint together. Get in touch with your own self, be inclusive. And the lady under you said some really important things. What I'm saying, like, be inclusive. What I'm saying, and that's what we were touching on. Be honest with yourself, 100% honest, like such an integrity. Because if you're biased to yourself and you're not honest with yourself, then there's going to be some things that don't get taken care of. So you want to be able to do it fully. So I don't want to keep talking because you guys were having a great conversation, and I want you to continue where y'all was at because y'all were in a real good place. But I came up here not to be rude, to say good night. I appreciate you guys, and thank you for saying that. I really do appreciate you guys because I'm not here trying to dictate. I'm here trying to help you guys think in a different perspective so that when you start thinking, I can sit back and I can listen to what that does for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, does that open, your minds to maybe there are other perspectives? Do we have to be one dimensional? You know what I'm saying? I'm a super multitasker. So when you guys start talking about multitasking, I'm really good at it. But the thing is that takes a tremendous amount of energy and balance to do that, to play the juggle game. It's not for everybody, and this is why I believe we can all come to a consensus because we are all multitaskers. Not all of us in the world, just the people right here on this particular panel that's talking. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's very rare to do that, and TikTok will do that for you. It'll put your energy. Like, we're all from different places. We don't even live near each other. Think about it. So that's how rare it is. That's how rare. You know what I'm saying?
Magic.
So that's what I just want to say. It's very rare to find people. Look, there's people from overseas. It's very rare to find like-minded individuals when it comes to the multitasking. But I was just more referring to the ones that are not good at it. You know what I'm saying? They're doing too much. It's overwhelming. You know what I'm saying? But it seems that we are all good at multitasking. I just wanted to add another element of, you know, the way your brain, is accelerated. Like the faster your brain is, the the harder it is for you to focus on one thing. You actually almost have to do more than one thing at once. Otherwise, you don't feel like you're functioning. You know what I mean?
But Hormega, I just wanted to well, in a way, thank you, because we have very nice. You trigger me a lot. We have very good conversation, and I didn't feel threatened or pushed into a certain corner by the overthinking thing. I just wanted to explain correctly to you what I meant by my brain working in this way. Not, I wasn't offended by the term overthinker. I just wanted to make you grab the thing that I was saying instead of thinking in the way of overthinking.
Would it help if I tell you that when I asked you that question, it was a rhetorical question?
Yeah, it would, but it didn't offend me in the first place.
But
I
remember,
just,
when I asked you, I said, "Are you an overthinker?" I didn't think you was.
yeah, I heard that. I just wanted to make sure that you understood what I was saying, so that's why I explained it.
Listen, I pride myself on being the things that I'm expressing. I have a lot of self control. I have no biases. I have standards and boundaries. I have a very keen sense of justice. Um, so you know, you're not gonna pretty much get too much backlash or aggressive behavior from me or allow myself to go where I don't belong. And so that's why I get along with a lot of people because I get rid of all that fluffy shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
all that fluffy stuff. I'm not with the fluffy stuff. I like facts. I like objective conversations. I like to talk with people to find solutions because a lot of people go on the hamster wheel and talk about the same shit all day and nothing happens. So, and the whole point is to get everyone to start thinking outside the box. No pun intended. You know what I'm saying? But to think outside the box and give yourself more choices and more options. That's my only goal. It's not to dictate to no one, but to give someone a different perspective. So even if they go against what I'm saying, they're thinking.
Yeah, and
You
I
know,
think we all know that in here, at least the people that are here on a regular basis.
we're good, man. We're good. We do well. It's New Year's Eve. Next year. For those that put a lot of heavy emphasis on New Year's resolutions, I wish you well. You know, um, and stick to it. You know what I'm saying? What else could I say except check your resources and make sure that you have good sources of information. Double check everything that everyone says, even the things that I say. Go ahead and do some research. Double check on them because I encourage
Word.
you to do that. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
know,
and a little bit of fluffiness is okay, isn't
but that's for another conversation. I wouldn't mind getting fluffy. When it's fluffy time.
Well, that would be nice if it could be fluffy.
That's just why sometimes in these lives, me and Kevin end up doing funny shit because then
Yeah,
that's the tension reliever, the
They
calm.
get heavy, huh?
yeah. So some fluffy is okay.
Yeah, yes, but as soon as we get done with the heavy stuff, and we could take that hat off and put the other hat on. You know.
Yeah, well, if I look at your beard, all I can think about is fluffy stuff.
What
Well,
you
I'm
thinking
messing on
about
the
over there,
Detroit.
huh? What you thinking about over there, miss?
That was cute, man. Don't make me take a flight tonight to Amsterdam.
Uh-oh.
Well, I thought let me give you a little bit back then.
Kev, what you writing?
Just a little bit back, huh?
Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit.
Well, I like back.
Mike. What? Sorry, excuse me?
I like back.
Okay. Well, good.
If that's what translates into Fluffy, then I'm Mr. Fluffy himself.
Mr. Fluffy.
Well, it's gonna stick with you now, Mr. Fluffy.
Yeah,
And
ladies.
forever forward, Hormiga will be Mr. Fluffy.
That's it.
Mr.
Yeah.
Fluffy it is.
I see it happening.
You gotta be careful too, man, because that shit'll go traveling all over the place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, actually, I looked up your name today because it intrigued me, and I found out that it means ant.
Yes, because my real name is Anthony. So ant means hormiga in Spanish. That is correct.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
You
Okay.
see?
I'm learning so much today.
Hey, listen, let me tell you something. We learn every day whether we like it or not. But if you want to be stubborn about it, then that's where the stress comes from. It's that extra fluffy shit that I keep talking about. It's like all those extra layers of fluffiness that's not necessary. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's look, most people on TikTok are a slice of cheese short of a sandwich. How does that translate to you?
Just
slice of cheese.
I guess it depends if you're lactose intolerant or not. You all the way there. If lactose is your enemy, you're there. You're there. You've arrived.
High five,
You're
girl.
definitely going somewhere with that one. I'll tell you that one. That a slice of cheese short of a sandwich is that it's a very, very, very rare percentage of people that give you the complete explanation or the complete story. So you get bits and pieces. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, most people on TikTok who claim to be super gurus, who claim to be the almighty, who use the scriptures, the one-liners in the scriptures to make their point, they are giving you incomplete information. So that's why you get the echo chambers in TikTok, because everybody sounds the same way, because they run with that. Like, oh man, I was in the other live and this guy just said this, and then they won't stop saying that until somebody says, "Oh, that shit is old."
I'll be honest, TikTok's a scary place. I've been out here maybe like 2 weeks, and I've been browsing some of the lives, and I've had to, on several occasions, like check myself, because you know how I see it in TV when someone gets shot with a bulletproof vest, but it take them down, but they got to check and make sure they're not really wounded. And I've gone into some places, and I come out going, self, let's check and make sure we're okay. Let's make sure that none of that has impacted us. We're not taking any of that back into life. It's been scary. It's caused me great concern, some sadness, but really thinking like this is where we are as society, and the capacity that we have in society. If there were real crisis that happened here, if this is where we are emotionally, the critical thinking processing, and some of those things that I'm not seeing. I watched a man go 30, almost 45 minutes because he felt disrespected because the title on some internet article had an emoji that he felt disrespected him. It was amazing. And I was like, surely this is not true. This is not what's really happening. And so I listened, and it was. And I thought, it can't be this simple. Yes, he's offended because they put an emoji that he felt disrespected by. And it was just like, so it's making me really, I guess, get a better picture of what's really happening in society and the impact of social media. But I'm out here real cautiously. I am being very careful to say, you're not out here to get damaged.
You said
Make
two
sure
weeks.
that
Which is a good thing.
You said you've been here 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Well, you need to hang out with me. I'm gonna tell you why. because like-minded individuals hang out together, and we've had this conversation several times, and you're going to be appalled because it's worse than what you just explained. It gets worse. You know what I'm saying? I've been in lives where I go to the store and come back and they're talking about the same shit. I go shopping and come back. I go take a
That's
shop
what I see.
and
And it's thousands of people watching some of this stuff unfold. What I've been noticing, because my intention for being here is real specific. It's about healing. And understanding what's going on is part of that. And I look at it, and because I understand a little bit about how trauma happens, I see us going back and forth. This ego hits this ego and they go back at it. And I understand that every bit of that leaves both of them worse. It leaves those that are watching worse. And so it's this deterioration factor where nobody got to do it from the outside. Just give us the platform and we're doing it from the inside, little micro pieces at a time. But it's that damage, 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 damage. And so I'm watching to see, okay, is there anything that's redeeming out of it, anything on the positive, anything that tips this scale into the positive? And in a lot of these situations, what I'm seeing is just a lot of damage. And I'm saying this not from a judgmental standpoint, but from an observation standpoint, from someone who's looking at where trauma happens in our society and how we fix that specifically, like specifically at the people level. So
well,
it's been good research, but man, it's a scary place. I
well,
haven't gone live because of like you better get yourself together to make
yes,
sure that
give
you
me
can
back.
do this and
You,
tolerate what may come at you, and make sure that I have some safety plan. What's your safety plan? What's your boundaries? How do you get into this and then get out if something becomes toxic? Like all of that to be so that I don't do harm, so that I don't be a part of some of the things that I see that are problematic.
you're on,
So I'm being very, very careful.
you're on the right track. You're on the right track. I did that with Instagram. I came from Instagram, and I had a huge following on Instagram. Like, uh, forget about the numbers, but it was just huge, right? And the toxicity. And what I realized is that social media is the epicenter for feelings. And you have mentioned something before. You said critical thinking. So basically, now we're on the same page. You and I both know that you're not going to learn critical thinking skills in a week, in a month, 3 months, 6 months. It's not going to happen. It takes a long time for you to put those critical thinking skills. And a big part of learning critical thinking skills is being able to have self control of your feelings, because you can't really mix your feelings into critical thinking. And this is why nobody has critical thinking skills, because everybody's in their feelings. And this is what you're going to find here on TikTok. So take that under account. You will find some great people here, but the rest of them are far reach. And little by little, while we have these conversations, we help a lot of people at least start thinking for themselves so they could be autonomous. You know what I'm saying? But you will run into a lot of good hearted, coming from a good place, who refuse to be part of the sheep mentality, and that want to live in a higher standard, and that understands accountability and responsibility and the roles that we're supposed to play as human beings. Because we've been bamboozled for a long time, and these social media platforms make it worse. It makes it worse because, like I said, there are people out here walking around acting like they're gurus. And I'm like, so what? Some like the way you felt sometimes during this, like live, and some things you heard, and you said, I felt a certain way, and I cringed at certain points. That's natural. That's organic. You know what I'm saying? People are gonna feel that way. I go into things knowing that there's always gonna be some type of opposition, and to know that I cannot be affected by that, because once I start getting emotional about things, and that's when things start going left, and that's when I lose control, and then you can't run alive that way. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot going on, and I just suggest that you practice, and you're on the right track. That's all I want to tell you.
I really appreciate that. The back history for me is for the past 20 years. Very specifically, my work has been about realizing and then finding solutions to the quickest, fastest way for us to be able to, from a community standpoint, educate, train, and help people learn how to not only heal, but to increase their emotional intelligence and have processing skills for life. So my work specifically is about tools on how to do that, because understanding that that's what we have to do to be able to get us out of the social hole that we're in, means we have to have solutions. And so for the past 2 decades, that's what I've been working on, myself, some others that are kind of this mad scientist think tank of people of how we pioneer society. And so that's really my platform. That's my agenda. I'm very open about it. That there are tools and we have to have that solution. It's a non-negotiable. We have to figure it out. We have to work the kinks out of the tools that we do have. But the quickest, fastest way to help people have increase their emotional intelligence, which I think for a lot is at zero. I'm starting to think we might be at a negative on the emotional intelligence scale in some regards, and processing skills for life. And so I think we're identifying the same issue. That specifically is the work that I'm involved in. The how-tos of it.
That's why I'm telling you, this right here is a different monster. This is a different monster. This right here will take everything you know and squeeze, and test you. I'm just letting you know, this is a different monster. You're going to be shocked of how many adults act like children. You're going to see how ignorant people really are. You're going to understand now why when people grow older, they don't want to deal with this nonsense. They don't even want to hear it. And it's going to open so many different problems that we never thought or force. We never predicted these problems in the past. Social media is, I think the devil lives in social media.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
No,
I
wait,
see all that.
Sorry.
I like to just challenge, and I'm trying to be careful when I say this. I like to challenge your carefulness in starting a live, for you and Armika, because the more lives that are like this, the more help we can get, because these people are flooding in these other places in numbers that are unimaginable, in not even just in the moment. Like, they've got 30, 40 people at any given moment. So just think about a 24-hour period, right? All the people that come in, they're getting this information, and it's not all bad. So you can always pick out some, good points or whatever that you can apply, because I just kind of go around and I listen as well. But they are careless with their platform, and we know that, right? You wake up with an intention. You can't do no worse than them. And I do understand your carefulness with people's lives, but you don't have to open the gate and start. And what am I trying to say? You don't have to open the gate and get to the meat of it. You know what I mean? You can start the live with something lighter.
Well,
I
I
feel
And
all of that,
I
and I'm
want to.
holding myself back. But my first responsibility is to make sure that I'm well. And that, I think, for me, because my drug of choice was helping everybody else in the community, and then I'm the one that's not good. For me, the balance in this chapter of my life is, if you go in there, can you come out of there at least as healthy as you were going in? And right now, I'm still doing that assessment on whether or not I can. Do I have enough physical energy? Do I have enough mental energy with some of the other things that my mental energy is being pulled on? Because as much as I want other people to get better, I can't want them to get better at my expense, because I'm the
oh,
only one that I'm responsible for taking care of. So I feel all of that, and I'm raring to go, but it's like, girl, you better be careful and make sure that you can come out of this just as well as you went in. Come out at least as good as you went into this. And I'm still kind of figuring out how I'm able to do that. And coming in here with you guys is helpful, because you guys uh, 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 are like support community. They people that think like me. I don't have to have
hmm
my defenses up. I ain't got to have my guards up and my armor on. In this space, and at least I don't feel that way. In the
right,
times that I've been in here with you guys and Hormiga and some of the others that I've seen several times now. In my few times here on TikTok. So I'm trying to gain that, and some of it is I don't understand the tools well enough. I don't know how to control this live
right.
thing. I can barely get
But no,
myself in here when he says I can come on in and talk to you guys. So some of it's the practicality of I'm in that generation. I didn't even know about lives. I knew TikTok and you got
Right.
the cute little things like Reels on Facebook, but I'm with
Me
the other
too.
old folks
Yeah.
in Facebook, where
Yeah.
it's relatively safe. And then I come here and I just on a whim, what's this live thing that keep coming up on my thing? And I went in there and blue, oh Jesus, oh
Yeah.
no,
Me
oh my
too.
God, oh wait, let me go. I like you feel like you got to get up and go put some clothes on in your own house. They can't see.
Right.
I'm too
Right.
naked. I'm too naked for this. Hold on, wait a minute. I don't live with this many defenses up in my life, y'all. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me get my armor on. Let me get my armor on. Let me get my
Exactly.
armor on. And,
Exactly.
and I even made a comment in one, and they said, anybody got anything to say? And I was like, yeah, I've kind of watched this, and it made me feel sad because I see us going back and forth, and it's like everybody's damn. Do you know they attacked me? And then
Yeah.
they called me all kinds. That's all I said, and I thought that was just a nice. It wasn't judgmental. It was just my feeling.
Right.
They attacked me, and I said to myself, kind of chuckling, but like checking myself to make sure I wasn't shot. I said,
Right.
"Girl, them ain't your people. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there." I was like a little kid running from the playground because they were
Yeah.
chasing, and I was just like, oh my God, if I had said anything deeper than I'm feeling a little sad, they may have reamed me from top to bottom. It
Yeah.
was like,
No wasted.
so I want to be there, but man, woo,
No
scary.
wasted. Let me propose something to you because I want to challenge you too because I think this is a very good thing what's going on. Why not starting your first lives hosted by somebody else? It's just like what Kevin does right.
Did she drop off?
Maybe so.
She was
Well,
saying
you're
something like do a live that's hosted by
the
someone else.
wrong
I don't even know what
word.
that
It's
means.
the CH word. Can't say challenge right now.
You know what? That's another thing. See, I want you to understand something. Everything that you're explaining, we all went through it. There is no way that you
Yes.
avoid what you're talking about. You have to go through that. And I'm just telling you that there is so much more. It's not to intimidate you because you're on the right track. You're a curious person and you're gonna find how this works and you're gonna be successful. Um and I don't know if you've been introduced to what banana is.
I have no idea what that is.
Okay. Well, what there are certain words that you just cannot say, and you need to get a list of those words that you avoid, right? Even as a guest or as a live. And then here's the other thing: you are at the mercy of chance because if someone decides to report you because they don't agree with what you're saying, they can do like report you, and then you could be banned.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
this
then
is what I'm saying though. I don't hear her purpose and content being something that is going to be too confrontational. First of all, I don't see it being too attractive to these groups
No,
of people.
I don't
What
think so
I
either.
see is people who are needing this information coming in. And this is the thing. You have different kind of people out there, right? You have some people who are just going with the crowd. You have some people who are into the messiness just by boredom. You have some people who are crying out and looking out, but they are looking for things and they end up in these lives getting distracted by the busyness of it all. um, so you very might well get these people in, but by themselves and one by one. And then, you can reach them better because they're listening and they're by themselves and there's not all of this other influence, you know. Um, I'm just saying that with all of the people on here who are just very careless, if they are getting people in, you and no wasted time could also get people in. And just like Kev does and other people do, you send your live to their inbox, to people's inbox, and they'll know you're live and they'll log in. So, that's a lot of times how I get into the lives. People will send me, a share, right? If they're in the live
mm,
that they think I'm gonna be interested in, I'll click in and find whether I like it or not.
A
Um,
secret invitation.
yeah, so if you do that, no wasted time, I will come in and support. Hormiga, I will come in and support. I just think that if they can attract like-minded people in theirs, you can attract like-minded people in yours, just like Kevin has.
Yeah, you just gotta be wary of the tremendous amount of victimization
Oh yeah,
that's going on here because they'll you don't understand. They'll come in like your best friend. Oh, how you doing? And Scooby Doo, and oh man, we're the same. And then you see them on another live, and you see the contradictions. You see the hypocrisy.
Yeah.
You
but that's what I was talking about.
yeah,
Some people are going to go through those stages,
it's
and
just
as long as they don't bring that in here, you know what I'm saying? You just know who you're dealing with, right? When you see them on another platform, but they know better. They know that's not going to be welcomed over here. They know that that's not going to live over here.
but yeah, that's
Pre-adventure,
an
they
established
will.
standard. That's an established standard and a boundary within this
Right.
community right here. And it takes a while to get to that because me and Kev have dealt with a lot a lot of ops and a lot of wow man. Like this there was
You said
times,
enough already.
you know what I'm saying? And I had to jump in there and be like, Kev, I got this, I got this. You know what I'm saying? I got this. And we had to join forces and support each other and not let none of that toxic, stuff, give them, not even give them the notion that you can come in here with this. So this is why
Yeah.
now at this point they know not even to bother us, you know?
Yeah. I hear
But
you.
that's
I
no
appreciate
way.
all of this.
That's why I let's hope I'm not dropping out again. That's why I said this setting and what it is like now. If you want to have a proper discussion about a topic that you want to bring through, this is a good thing to do. Let somebody host it, and then you are the one talking in the live, and the person that hosts it will just manage the comments and get the bullies out and stuff like that, so you can put your point across, and even maybe with somebody else, just take a topic and bring it up and let somebody else do the hosting of the live, and then you have free hands to get your point across.
Yeah.
I appreciate all of those suggestions that you guys are making. Like I'm bringing it in because I'm on the beach with my kite, deciding if I want to dip my toes into the water right now. Um, and all of this is really helpful because part of the other part of this, or the first part of this, is as I'm exploring this, I'm asking myself, is this a space you want to be in? So some of this, I'm still in that analysis mode for myself. I
Right.
see the benefit of social media, and I know that my niche is a very small niche. It's 3% of the population by temperament. It's a very small crowd, and so I'm having those conversations. The numbers isn't what's important, but you do need to have 1,000 so that you have access. But what are you here for? Are you just liking stuff? Because nope, I want to tailor my time here because it needs to be beneficial for me, and I know that who I'm reaching out to will gravitate towards it and connect if they're supposed to. So I believe that kind of stuff. So I appreciate everything you guys are saying. That co-hosting, the knowing the niche, the small groups, the finding out what those words are because I probably use some of them. I appreciate you guys for helping educate me on while I'm in this exploration mode.
Here's another thing, just another quick idea, right? And this is coming from somebody who has not gone live, mostly because I'm introverted, believe it or not. Um, I'm best. I know that I'm best when I'm in a supportive role. I know that about myself. Um, so here's the thing. If you find that TikTok is not a space that you could really use to do your work, you could always use the platform to interact with people on a very, like I said, light, um, on a very light scale. However, you can always refer them to your website because there are a
Right.
couple of people that do that. I talked to a life coach. I actually booked a session with him and he was absolutely amazing. But he comes on TikTok and he plays music and he talks about mental health and he talks about, where he's been, and he answers a couple of questions that are lightweight with people, but he doesn't hold personal sessions, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just gives the information and he sends them to Linktree. And
Mm-hmm.
at Linktree, you can, follow his blogs. You can go to YouTube. You can book a session with him. So all of that is off of line, but you get to kind of know him in a sense of what he does on TikTok, and that's it. So you might want to consider that. If you paint or if you read or some people listen to music, you know, whatever, something lightweight where you can get on and just kind of have small talk with people while you learn the features, you know, on TikTok. Like it does, we forget that it does not have to be as serious as everybody is making it,
Mm-hmm. Right.
right? It is a social network and it can be just that. But as you're being social, if you should find someone that needs your information, you can always take it off the platform. So that's just an idea.
Thank you. Thank you. That resonates for me.
Yeah, sounds like you.
Good. So let's start luring some people. No, it's a just like anything in life. There's pros and cons. You use it to the best of your ability, but you got to learn the tools and you got to learn how to, what comes with it. You know what I'm saying? Like experience does it. Just what you're doing right now, just popping up, people just by talking the way you do, people would gravitate towards you. Your followings will grow. Every time you go live, when people are surfing and they're following you, it'll appear that you're live, so they'll just jump in. They have some people have a very short attention span, so if you speak the way you do, it seems like you'll keep it interesting, and they'll jump in, and then they'll stay listening to you. And there's a lot of people that are here right now that they won't be in the comments, but they've been watching for a while. They won't say anything. You know what I'm saying? Like they won't comment, but they're there. They're listening.
I
Some of
get
them
it.
sitting there hitting that banana button like crazy. They're like, "Well, I want it work."
I
So
got to figure out about this banana thing. I'll have to figure about that offline. Somebody send me a message and tell me what I need to know that I can't say out loud.
it's a
Okay.
ever changing and evolving thing too. The words
Hmm.
today are not going to be the same tomorrow.
Gotcha.
It's like a vocabulary that you can't say now, and they add different words like almost every day.
Yeah. What I have seen, this is what has really moved me in my exploration. Um, I'm realizing how much broader the access is for people that before social media would have probably been on the fringe, individuals from all different walks of life with all kind of disabilities or different kinds of abling, physical challenges, health issues, and they're able to have a platform. Not just that, but it's a platform in their own voice. And that for me, outside of all the foolishness that I see, it's still the reality that people have like never before a platform to have their voice shared, and for people who that voice resonates with to be able to show that in connection. That is a powerful tool. And it's powerful no matter how you're using it, whether you're using it for good or whether you're using it in ways that are destructive. It's still a very powerful tool. And I really appreciate what technology is allowing us to do. It's like anyone can have their own private television studio. You can have your own talk show radio
Right.
24/7 if you'd like to. And if there's something that someone connects with and wants to tap in, guess what? That audience has full access to being able to hear what you have to say. And so I want to use it in positive ways, of course, but man, I appreciate what technology lets us do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in light of all the list of things that we are not, that we can't say here, I am so excited at the fact that people have really changed their vocabulary because of it. Like they want to be on the app so bad
Yeah,
that
Hmm.
they're cleaning up their words, you know? And
yeah.
I'm like, wow, something so
Unalive.
simple. Right, right. Getting very
Behavior
creative.
modification at its best.
Yeah,
Hmm.
very something that like our jobs are like, struggling with getting people to like I pay you to be here every day, right? And I'm telling you not to say these words. We are arguing with our bosses, but we get on TikTok and we change like you hear people try, oh, excuse me, I'm not supposed to say that.
Yeah.
Whereas I hear people cursing in front of, churches, they curse in front of older folks, they curse in front of children. But we go on TikTok like, oh, am I supposed to say that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The carefulness, it just makes me laugh. So, because I'm like, wow, these people are like they're thugs. Yeah, right? They're
Yeah.
subject matter. They going back and forth, and then you hear them say like bananaed or you know,
They're,
um,
they're living on eggshells,
yeah,
and
yeah,
corporation, that would be the organizational culture.
right. Just to maintain their access to this platform, though, not for a
Right.
paycheck, not so that their children isn't amongst grown folks' conversations.
Yeah. I think so. This is like behavior modification works. If the goodie that people want is enticing
Yes,
enough, they'll do it. And I think that's the power of it. If it is
yes,
really harnessed for good, that behavior modification works. Because I think that at the core, people want connection. At the
yeah,
core. At the
absolutely.
core, this is filling a need. Because I think if people didn't have this outlet, the crisis in suicides that we see would be much higher. People would be acting out in other ways, in their homes, in other ways that we act out in bad ways with each other. So I think this connection piece is serving a critical piece for what's missing in community in a lot of people's lives.
Yeah, yeah,
Just be ready. Just be ready because you look. I'll give you an example. The whole banana thing, right? You'll see how people act when they do get banana, and you'll see how dependent they are on this, the connection they have, because the way that some people act when they get restricted, they feel like the end of Earth has just happened. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Like they've been fired from a job.
Yeah. So now I'm a different type of animal, right? This month in December, they got me twice.
Yeah.
2 weeks that I wasn't able to. I mean, all they did to me is limited, and I know how to go around it. You know what I'm saying? Because we know how to do these things. But I didn't lose my head. What I did was I just said, you know what? That's God just telling me, man, that you've been on this app way too long, and you need to
Right.
take a break. You know what I'm
Take a
saying?
break.
So I became
Right.
more productive in my writing and my other things that I'm doing. So
And at the end of the day, it's somebody's platform. They own it. They get to make the rules. I recognize that. That
Mm-hmm.
he who owns the kingdom makes the rules.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
you must abide, or otherwise you will face the Count Banana.
I understand. That's how it works at my house. These are the rules. This is how we're going to operate. So, but I'm excited about what the platform can do for those that are using it in positive ways, and even the negativity that I'm seeing is positive for me because it gives me insight. It gives me
Yeah.
insight to understand realistically. When I was working with homelessness, I needed to go be where homeless people were because the theoretical sometimes is a little bit skewed from
Mm-hmm.
reality. And so for me, this is no different. I need to be where the real people are because if I'm creating solutions and I'm creating them for this theoretical person and it's not real life and it's not practical, then for me, it's a waste of energy. And
Yeah.
so even the negativity that I see is helping me to see the reality with greater clarity. And so I appreciate them being themselves so that I understand what we're dealing with for those who are wanting, for the leaders, the paradigm shifters, and the pioneers who are wanting to find solutions to effect change and to help those that may be in those destructive cycles to do differently. And so I'm grateful for them being able to be honest, and for me being able to see it in silence sometimes, because sometimes I
Mm-hmm.
can just sit and watch as an observation. It's what I'm listening to as my white noise, just because I'm gleaning insight. So it's a really good research tool that I can sit in a fishbowl and kind of watch. And so I'm grateful for that too. I'm grateful, carefully grateful.
This group right here, and these lives, right? These are the type of lives that will help you accelerate and expedite. You understand what I'm saying? What you really need to know and the things to avoid. Otherwise, if you did it the way that we did it, it's long, it's painful, it's challenging.
What she said. Oh,
you know, it affects us in so many different ways, you know, because I'm a man of energy. When I'm in the wrong energy, it starts affecting me right away. But you're getting a head start, a boost by being in this live. Any one of us right here will be able to help you. You should see there's a lot in this group. And I don't know if you know what moderators are, like in a live.
Kev, do you
I've
have any
seen that. I don't
moderators?
know how that happens though. I don't know who the moderators are. Do like they go and find moderators before they start the live, or is it
Look
just
at my
people that
name. Look at my name in the comments. I'm a friend and a moderator. Let me write a comment so you can see. Right? You'll see those two little things, those two little icons. There's a lot of different icons that'll tell you what position you are. Like there's so much.
like
So
I see something that says 20. I don't know what that is. Raider
but that's
Mom,
the
Jersey
new.
Terry
that,
joined
that's a
20.
Frank, I think.
That's a new thing they got with the gifting. They started getting gift badges. They just
See, I
started
don't
that.
even know what that means. That's like wah wah wah. I don't know.
Yeah, I
Somebody
don't
gave me
know
some
either.
coins or something. I don't even know
When
what those coins are, but I got about
you,
$2 sitting in some account
They they're
somewhere.
Yeah, but
coins.
that those coins are money actually. Like when people send you gifts, you accumulate that, and then you could actually cash out, or you can
yeah,
use those coins that when you go into a place
yeah,
to reciprocate.
yeah.
Like when you do a live, you don't you don't want people's names to be with a zero. So you give them a couple of pennies, a couple of coins, so that they're not at zero. You know what I'm saying? That's what a host should do. You know,
What happens if they're on zero?
well, on your
Because like
face
I'm on 12. I don't know how I got to 12, but I'm on 12.
because they
And
gave
when
you 12 because they gave you 12 coins.
okay, I don't know what
Thanks,
happens when that
somebody.
happens.
Well,
Thank you.
those coins, at the end of the night, at the end of your night, those 12 coins turn into 6 cents, and then it adds to your total.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
I've seen that, and I
you could.
see it dropping.
People
It's
are
like
making
6 cents.
tons of
So,
money, sweetheart. People are making tons of money on this
gotcha,
app. Tons.
gotcha. Okay, and so it's through this coin and these symbols that I see that I don't quite understand all that well.
Well, the coins that are in your box tell you how many coins you've been awarded. Whenever you see a little prompt in the middle of the screen that says this guy just send somebody roses, all those avatar things that you see happening, they represent a different gift. Like the more the gift is worth, the more video and the more highlights and the more things you see, like some vivid stuff that's going on. Like like that means that they gave you more of a gift. There's people that will send you $5, $50, $100, $1,000.
So I find games in life. Maybe y'all can help me with this. On those likes, when I tap on the thing and it sends those likes, the little hearts up. That doesn't cost me anything, and as long as
No,
I'm sitting here, I can be tapping that thing. What is that about? Why
Okay,
are people trying to get them like? Because I feel like, as the little kid in me, I be tapping away. I be tap.
Me
Let
too.
me
That's
see
all
if
I
I
know
can
how to do.
single-handedly make
look
that thing go up
look
by
at
another
the
pound.
top.
It's like a game to me.
Look at the top of the screen where you see Kevin's name
I
last.
see it because
Right?
I see how it increases.
Oh, I
What does
see,
that
Kev.
do?
I was
It
just trying to send you one.
when you
I did it.
tap the
Oh,
screen as a viewer,
oh, she broke her virginity on me.
no, it
Okay,
didn't.
that was that guy.
when you
Her
tap
virginity.
and you send likes, one thing that it does is that when somebody new comes on, they see the amount of likes, they see how popular it is. That's number one. And it also
Mm-hmm.
invites other people and puts
Yeah,
this live in
All
random.
right.
yeah,
I'm on it
pushes
then.
the live.
Okay. I just didn't know what the impact was because for me it's a
Mm-hmm.
game. I
Oh, it's
can put as many of
oh,
them on there as I
Yeah.
want to.
huge.
It
I just be
it helps
tapping
you get
away
on the
sometimes when I think about it.
it help you get on the For You page too. It's like it pushes your live out when you got your likes up.
Oh, I got you then. Okay, okay, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
Add a little more excitement to my life.
we got 12 people watching right now. Right now, if all
Watch what
12
happens. I know
start
I got
tapping,
this. I got this.
if everybody starts tapping at the same time, like a burst of people just jump in the room, like they come in the room.
Mm-hmm.
I could do it from the box. Y'all see it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, we told you about that lie that they told you. No, that's not true.
I'll take that game. That's my temperament appreciates that, because now I know I be doing it, and I see
See,
him saying, tap tap tap.
I
But
mean, at least you use your fingers for a better thing. You know what I'm saying?
multitasking for the multitaskers in the room. That
Right.
appeals to
Late
my
at night,
wiring,
you
y'all. That
know.
appeals to my wiring.
This is keep your fingers in
Ignoring Kev.
safety.
And I learned those things. For me to pay attention, I learned how to crochet about 15 years ago, because I was doing a lot of community stuff, and people want me to go to their board meetings, and I get distracted because the conversation is irrelevant to my thinking process. And I realized that I could go and I could crochet, and what that does is the counting and the rhythmic motion and the formula of crocheting helped me to channel some of that extra energy so that I could pay attention in meetings and things like that.
Mhm.
That's been one of the coping skills for me. So having something else to do helps me to stay focused on the conversation at hand and not be in 17 other different areas of thought in my mind. So that
Mhm.
tapping, I'll be tapping all day long. I got this one.
I heard
Lorena has found a new
I heard
game.
somebody over there. Boy, somebody got some good finger work going on over there. I was
Me,
hearing
me,
that boy
it's me,
going
man, it's
super
me.
fast. It was like do 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 do. I was like, dang,
And
maybe I did. Oh man,
Ignoring
I think
Kev.
Got
somebody
the
could too.
finger muscles. You know what I'm saying?
Right, the finger
You know
muscles
what?
ain't no joke.
It helps me not to comment so much because I love engaging in conversation. So I'll be in the comments talking to the
That
person talking.
that help. That
And
actually
then they'll
helps
be
too,
like,
though. The
"Oh, you want to
comment.
come up?" And I'm like,
Yeah.
"No, really, I just want to
That's
listen."
another thing too. Please be careful. You know, the engagement in the comments, that could be so toxic. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to be very careful and know when to say a comment, because there's so many triggers in the comments. Look, we could all be having a conversation up here, and they could be going to war in the comments.
Hmm.
That's true.
sometimes they
That's
move so fast. In the larger groups, they move so fast that I can't follow them very well.
hmm.
If you're following one person's comment, you're trying to interact with that person and you can't. And so there's sometimes where I just say, you know what, I just can't. I can't. It just
But
it's
that's when
unproductive.
that's when you trust your voice and your knowledge, and you try to get a box. You get in the conversation in the box, and you keep doing that, and you'll see, man, that you'll start growing so fast. Like, oh man.
Gotcha. No, this
Yeah.
has been helpful
Believe
The
it or
insight.
not,
comments help pushes it too. Like when the stuff be moving down in the comments, I'm gonna do the same thing as the likes though, because they look at it like they push it the same way like it's a popular room and stuff, so they see the comments. It always been like that on a lot of these websites, man. When there's a lot of engagements and stuff, even with your content, when there's a lot of likes and engagements on it, it pushes it out more towards the for you page for a lot of people to see it, and that's how videos get viral. You know what I'm saying? It just happens off engagements and likes and shares and all that stuff. That's what get videos out of
Yep,
content.
yep, yep. All of the above, but like
All of
everything in moderation. You know what I'm saying? Like, practice a little bit. You
yeah.
know, right now what you're doing is practicing. Even though we're just having a conversation right now
Hmm.
you're practicing. You know what I'm saying? Like, how to engage and what to expect, and how to deal with trolls, how to recognize people that are just there to try to offset you. You know?
Yeah. You guys, well, this has been truly, I
Your
appreciate
niece
all
gave
of
me her
the
rose.
insight.
She finally gave that rose up. But no, that was her first
I'm
rose she gave me.
excited. I did for the first time.
Right. Her first time. It ain't nothing like the first time.
All right, we got to the 20,000.
Oh yeah, we did good
Mission
looks,
accomplished.
y'all. Good looks, y'all. Yeah, rest them fingers of yours, man. I was going crazy too with my back though. That's
Well, Kevin, did you know that once you reach 100,000 likes, they send your page and your live to the F4U page, but then TikTok starts scrolling through your videos and starts showing them as well.
oh wow, I didn't know that. They just blended in.
Yeah, they just start going down the list of your most popular videos and then start re-showing them again.
Oh wow, that's sweet. Yeah, I
Yeah,
ain't know
Wow.
that.
that's
That's
not
how many you said?
100,000.
Oh, okay. That's
But that's what. But Kevin, you know what I'm saying? Like you need to make it mandatory that when you're in your life and you have a full four people in your box or like that,
mm-hmm.
you got to stop and say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna take this moment right now, and especially in the middle of a good conversation, just cut
Mm-hmm.
it off and say, hey. I'm gonna need everybody to tap the screen. If you think that this is a good conversation and this resonates with you, have
Mm-hmm.
a moment of silence and put a goal right in front of everybody. Like if you're about to
Right.
hit 5,000 or 10,000, you say, listen, I'm gonna need everybody to start tapping this. It doesn't cost anything. And then every half an hour, every 20 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
the conversation get juicy, cut it off and make it
Mm-hmm.
mandatory that if they want the conversation to go on, that they gotta tap the screen.
Mm-hmm. I feel you on that. I feel
Yeah,
you.
because when the conversation is good, I be forgetting. I just be engaged in conversation, and then
Yeah,
people
I
start
already
sending stuff,
know.
and I'm like, oh yeah.
Especially some conversations when you trying to get your word out and wait for your turn and stuff. You don't be wanting to stop it.
And then you could also, that's another thing too, to understand, control the temperature, control the climate of, in your room. I think you can mute people, you can kick them out.
hmm You set your rules, and you know what I'm saying. They disobey your rules. Booty boot boot. Or you can warn them with a you can warn them with a mute it for a
Yeah,
couple of seconds.
you can mute people. Like you could tell your moderators to mute them. I give them like a 30-second timeout or like a minute timeout or a 5-minute timeout.
hmm
All this has been valuable. Thank you guys for sharing.
You got it. I'm gonna call it a night, but I stood longer because you were curious and you wanted, like I said, I wanted to accelerate a little bit for you so that you could get a better gist of it. And since you're a multitasker, I'm sure you could process all this shit.
For sure, for sure, for sure. Well, I appreciate all of you being here and even just being willing to have these conversations. So
hmm
Who just joined in?
Grand Rising on.
What's up, spiritual? I
Yes,
remember
yes.
you
No
last
wasted
time. I
time. How
remember.
you doing? Yes,
good
I
morning.
with you guys. Well, a couple of you before. So,
hmm
I wanted to. I know I didn't want to really interject on all of the advice that was being given because I need some of it myself. I'm new to this platform, like especially using the live features. But I did want to touch on topic number one.
What you
Um,
got? What you got?
Um, I've absolutely gotten over every single one of my exes, but I did that by self reflection and
Oh, okay.
taking accountability for my part and what happened throughout the relationship. So,
hmm
and then being able to reflect back on the relationship in its entirety as well to see the toxic that I contributed as well as what I allowed. So that's how I was able to move past and get over them because then there's no excuse to go back ever because you see why it ended, but you see why it took place. You needed the lessons so that you didn't repeat them again in your next situation or relationship. So that's what I wanted to share.
You
That's
I
guys,
dope.
also wanted to
I've
send you
been
guys morning blessings as well. What's that?
I've been in a couple of your lives, and
Yes,
again,
Lorana.
thank you for having the space. She's been another one of those beacons that you see where it's like, oh, this my tribe, these my peeps, these my peeps. Yeah, yeah,
Oh, let
these
me
peeps.
follow.
You recognize it.
Oh, I thank you for that, Lorana. uh, no, I definitely want my space to be a safe space for anyone who enters it. I have very low tolerance for any kind of like hateful type of behavior or bullying or anything like that. They will get muted immediately. I have no patience for it because that's not what I'm about. I'm about raising people up, not putting them down or holding them down and breaking them down. So I appreciate that from you, that acknowledgement, though, that confirmation, because that's the goal There's too much negativity in the world to be contributing to it. I'm trying to contribute light. Especially on this platform. A lot of people use this app, so I feel like it's a good space to be an example by showing that it's not tolerated.
But how have you been
Tribe,
maneuvering? You're a
you
new
definitely
person
tribe.
too. How have you been maneuvering in the live space as a new kind of TikToker at that 1,000 mark?
Honestly, the way I've felt like it would be smartest to do is engage in conversations like this and learn from creators that have already been doing this. Like Real has just given some very key advice, and I watch also, not just for advice, but I watch how people run their lives, and there are things that I see that I would do and I'll take with me, that because they're healthy, and then there are things that I see that I wouldn't do, like let their content, the comment section, get out of control. And choose your moderators wisely, because I've seen moderators fussing with people in the comments as well. So I'm just learning from observing, and also participating. A lot of people, I guess, will just like sit back and listen, but I like to engage. I'm a talker. I'm a communicator. I'm a life path 3. Okay, so this is what I do, but I'm also so eager to learn from everyone that I engage in, no matter the circumstances, even if I'm learning what not to do. So that's how I've been navigating. So I have taken my time to engage in other people's lives, and engage in the actual conversation, but contribute to it in a healthy way. And then I also watch how it's run so that I can learn how to run my lives properly or better.
Yeah, that's cool. Look, last night I was just surfing, and I saw this group talking about a couple of things. They were promoting something. I don't care. I jumped in there with them, met some great people out of nowhere. They invited me to this thing that they're doing on YouTube, where they have a whole bunch of people talking about a subject. They invited me as their guest. So this actually went into other platforms, so it's weird. So that's what I was doing today. I went on their platform. They accepted me as their family. We had great conversations. You know what I'm saying? So now I have people following me here. I have people following me there. And it's so weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just got to engage. And while you're engaging, don't get so comfortable that you forget that you're learning. You know what I'm saying? And what to do. That's what it is. So engage, but always keep in the back of your mind, you know what I'm saying? I'm still observing, I'm still assessing the situation, I'm still seeing, the differences. Because there's like 150,000 personalities on this.
You ain't did it in so long.
Oh, you didn't tell me you got hand claps and everything.
Oh,
Oh, game changer.
That's
I
I
do
didn't know
have.
you had sounds.
Every
TikTok got a little soundboard on here this week. It's about only 5 things they got on here.
or you could
My
or, or you could
15-year-old inner self was happy with that right there. I'm thrilled.
They got 3.
Be thrilled every single time, every single time. That'll thrill me.
oh that's
Oh, man.
that's my favorite.
Tormiga, you might have unleashed something right there, because that right there might encourage me to jump in. Sound effects?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, look, it's just so many ways that you could do it and put your ideas to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, TikTok gives you the tools to do it. And if you're assertive and you're curious enough and you write things down and you start writing this blueprint, man, you'll have a beautiful show. You know what I'm saying? It's up to you.
Right. I have a
Appreciate
notebook
that.
with me every time I'm on live. So, and I'm not only learning about how to run a live, but I didn't realize how educational TikTok could be, especially
Yeah.
if you take the time to no, it's it's about receiving the information, but also discerning what's factual and what's not, and doing your own research. That's why I write things down, so I can look things up myself. And if the topic really is calling to me, but I didn't really realize how much I was going to learn from this. And I'm on here a lot more than I really expected to be. That's for sure. But I'm learning, and I think that's why I'm a student of life and engaging with people. And I mean, I'm a sociology major anyway, so I'm a sociologist. I pay attention to people in society anyway. I've been a people watcher my entire life, so I'm not too surprised. But I'm definitely enjoying it because I'm looking to learn like every single day. And I'm sure at least one creator on here that is going to be able to teach me something every single day. So I'm definitely grateful to get to 1,000 followers and have the ability to make some sort of impact. Because even if I just impact one person in a day in a positive way, then I already feel more accomplished. So I'm happy that I can reach more people now. But now I need to learn how to reach even more people, and that's the goal. Oh, and thank you for this space.
Oh yeah,
Laugh.
for sure. For sure.
Well, I'm gonna do what I've done like 3 times already. I'm gonna say good morning instead of good night. Because people are asking if like what she was saying, well, why you doing up so early? I'm like, no, I think it's the other way around. I think it's. But I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna wish everybody a happy New Year. Happy holidays. I love you all. This is all coming from love. This is all coming from wanting to be around people that think like you so that we don't have to be stressed out with the opposers and the opposition, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I love y'all all. Y'all have a great one. I appreciate it. I'm also learning every time you guys speak. So, hey, Kev, have a good one. Nice to meet y'all too. You know what I'm saying? And
Appreciate you,
For
Hormiga.
sure.
Appreciate you being here.
It's been a pleasure. I believe we spoke in another in
yes,
another live before, but
yes.
thank you. Rest well, brother.
Bye, guys.
Mhm.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Laugh. What Kev? What time zone are you in?
I think the same one. I'm 619 here.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah.
I'm
Yep.
like,
Yep. Yeah.
oh
I'm in
man,
Detroit,
no, see,
Michigan.
no wasted time. You definitely are like people's though, because I was like, when I'm on my live, I see the comment section and the energy. You can feel energy, and then the way that people engage. The level of respect that's given to other participants and such. So I appreciate you every time you come through. So I thank you for
Thank you.
that.
Thanks. This is,
Just
this is for
follow
me
Kev.
one of the things that I'm getting out of this on the personal level. Like, what am I getting out of being here? And
Right.
part of it is for me, my healing has to be something that transfers into how I live. You know, it's like theoretically, yeah, I'm healed. I've healed this area of my life, and I'm working on my ego stuff. But then it's like, okay, so how does that play out in real life? Like, how are you managing? How are you interacting with people? Are you becoming part of the problem by your reaction? Are you jumping on the judgmental bandwagon? And is that just your ego? And what I'm finding is, if I'm not mindful, it's so easy to slip into some of those modes. And then I have to catch myself. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Why are you being judgmental about this situation? Back up, back up. Go back to your how do you need to process this information? How is this making you feel? What are your values? Let's take time to reflect that. And so it's like real life training, where it's, am
Yeah.
I able to live the principles that I preach, the principles that I teach? Because for me, it ain't a solution if it don't work for me. Telling you how you can get your life together and my life's all sideways. That's not the direction that I think I'm being called to. It's, can you live it? And so this is giving me real life practice in real time. Even some of the things I want to say sometimes. And I talk a lot. My superpower is my words. That's part of my giftedness. But in some places, has the universe decided that you need to speak at this time? Is that information that you need to share just because you want to, just because it might be beneficial for them, doesn't mean this is the time that needs to be shared, or the audience where that would be appropriate and beneficial. And so for me, it's a personal learning experience of constantly managing that ego stuff that's so subtle sometimes. It's subtle. And so I appreciate having the platforms of being able to come and talk and find like minded people like magic. There's a guy that comes on in the middle of the night and he has a thought process, and he was able to let me come on. And I said to him, I have tracked the way that you're thinking and talking. Logic is a process. It's a scientific process for thinking things through. But there's a guy that was doing healing that says, if I teach people how to think this way in a clinical research environment, I can get a 100% cure rate for PTSD. And so when I talked to him, though, he could understand this conversation. I saw the comments in the chat, and they called me all kind of really nasty things. But he understood, and I knew he was my people, and not letting the other stuff affect me is my healing work. Like, okay, they said these nasty things, but is any of that true? Nope, they're entitled to their opinion. They can absolutely think
Mm-hmm.
anything they want to, and it have no bearing or impact in a negative way in my life. But that I can see that personally as, girl, that's an example of how your healing is working in real time, not theoretical, in real time, that those comments that you could respect, that everyone has the right to their opinions, even ones that I don't like. And yet
Yep.
their opinions have no bearing on my identity, how I see myself. And it's like, I've come a long way. Okay, maybe I can be in some of these platforms a little bit, but that's the kind of testing that I'm doing of myself to see if what I say I'm living can I live in these circles and have it not traumatize me? And so I really appreciate these spaces, these forums, finding the people like magic. You find your tribe. They can be all around the world, and you find them. And this is opening up now a whole new part of the globe that I didn't have access to before coming into TikTok. And so I know I'll gravitate towards people like you spiritually. I come and say, you speaking my language, girl. We talking the same thing. We doing the same thing, just in our own little slice of the pie. And for me, the other part of this is I'm specifically looking for those shifters and pioneers, because what I have and what you have, when we put it together, we got a better situation for fixing
Right.
what we're all trying to fix together. And
Mm-hmm.
I've done this in isolation. I've done it where, you're the lone wolf out there trying to hold this space for healing and the need for sustainable community and sustainable agriculture and economics and all this other stuff that goes along with it. But we've come to a time where the other side is out moving us faster, and we got to join forces
Right.
to be able to stay ahead of the curve and be able to, it's like you're trying to tread water, but we're trying to tread water, but now we need to be able to swim somewhere. We need to take this boat somewhere, because we need preparation. We need to be prepared in case crisis comes, and crisis is coming. I'm a
Oh,
futurist,
there's
and the
definitely.
social paradigm shift is happening. I've spent a decade, and some of the predictions that we did a decade ago are coming true, spot on, that we're in line for a social paradigm shift that's going to be drastic. And we have to be prepared. The leaders have to be prepared. And so this is helping me to find and identify, use my social triage to identify who's my tribe. And some of you I have found are my tribe. And I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for this platform. And it's worth all of that negativity to be able to find us, because we've got to. We need each other. We need to, if nothing, to encourage each other and say, even if I'm not in your vortex, I'm supporting you from afar. Keep doing what you're doing. And that little bit of encouragement sometimes from outside of ourselves is what keeps us in this game.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of us have a tendency to be very to ourselves, especially in like the healing world, because a lot of us take on a lot of energy, and there's just so much negative energy. I think you have to reach a certain space in your healing journey where you can tolerate it, and you've learned to like protect your energy against that, and are in a space to now to give back. But I agree with you 100%. I think it's important, because those changes are happening right in front of our eyes right now. It it may be a lot bigger than people think because not everyone is in a space where they're open to sharing and or they're still, you know, um I mean, I'm still healing. I think I'll forever be healing, but I'm also in a space where I've I feel like I've healed enough to, as you said, like test it out and make sure that I'm living those values. So I'm happy for the space. I'm pleasantly surprised by it, but also, you know, there are of course things that I'm scrolling past and not participating in, but I'm definitely finding like-minded people on here, which is a definite blessing.
For sure. For sure.
I'm sorry, I don't even know what. Let me see. Might have to look that up. See, now I'm about to learn something already this morning.
The
I appreciate that. But yeah, so I wanna, if you don't mind, Kev, I want to touch on the third topic real quick. If I could not see with my physical eyes, I would use my ears and my energy to tell. You Energy is, for me, is important. I can walk into a room and feel when something isn't right. So you can tell by tonality, like the inflection in someone's voice, their posture. Oh well, can't see posture, I guess. So we're talking about with eyes, but that's how I would my ears, my energy, feeling.
like what you got an example of what sound like?
Well, I mean, inflection, like you can listen to someone's tone of voice and tell whether they're happy or sad or angry or happy.
Right.
So it's basically just applying those things, but it would be heightened because you can't physically see their facial expressions and their posture
Mhm.
at the same time. So, you know, just like anything else, when one sense is diminished, others will be heightened. So I would really, my ears would probably just be always moving and always paying attention. But energy is, I have conversations with energy all the time. Like, you know what I mean? When I worked in a very, very toxic work environment, and there was there were so many things that were not said with words, and I didn't need them to tell me that they were racist. I didn't need other people to tell me that they were biased. Their actions and their inflection and their just overall the context of what they were saying and how it was being said. People say, "Oh, you know, I didn't say that." Well, yeah, you know, you didn't use those words, but you said exactly that. You know, you know what I
Mhm.
mean? Does that make sense? If
I got
like,
you.
because I can say I love you, but I can say it in a hateful way, and I could
Mhm.
also say it while I'm beating you up or doing something else to violate your person. You know, so those words were meaningless because the actions that were they that accompanied it were not equivalent. Does that make sense?
I got you.
I
I
hope
would
I made that clear.
I would approach it with a framework. Yes, that made sense to me for sure. The framework that I look at is I have in my life, I began really looking at the values behind it. And for me, racism is just a symptom of a different problem. We stop sometimes at racism, but the core of that for me is if there's any time where I need to have any reason to make someone better than somebody else, whether it's the color of your skin, whether it's what race you are, whether it's your religious group, any of those things are the same problem. And so, anytime I'm in a situation and I'm listening to someone, if they need to make one person better than another, that's the same underlying value of racism. Whether it's your country, whether it's your nationality, any of those become the same roots to the real core of the problem. And so I would be listening for any situation. Racism is when I need my color to be better than your color, or use color as the factor of what makes me better or worse than someone else. But we do this in so many other ways, and we don't oftentimes connect the dots. So for me, I'd be listening for anything someone says where they feel the need for someone to be worse than them because of some position they're in, some group that they fit into as their standard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so and I agree with you 100% on that. I also would like to just like to add on to that, is that like a lot of racism, I think that the core to it is insecurity. I think that and it's all just a mask for all of the insecurity and feeling inadequate in comparison. When you compare yourself to someone else, it's easy to hold bias against them or find ways to point out the things that you don't like about them in order to make
Mm-hmm.
yourself feel better, because you want to mask the things that you don't like about yourself and you don't want to face. So it's like what is it when supposedly quote unquote shorter men have bigger personalities and things, and people um classify them as being that way because of their height, but that's not always the case either. I don't think it's always about insecurity in those terms, but races, absolutely. Supremacism specifically is about being threatened by the other people, and that's just the reality of it. Like half of the things that they speak about is ridiculousness, you know. And it never makes any sense. It's all gaslighting, and it's all, you can tell it's coming from a place of insecurity. That's why they're so passionate about it, a lot of them, like the extremists, because they're really need that. It's a disease. They need to learn to love themselves so that they can hate other people less.
Let's expand
Mm-hmm.
that because I absolutely agree. I think all of our ego stuff is fear, guilt, and insecurity. We lump them into those. We just express it in a whole bunch of different ways. But if we come to the core of it, it's always about our own fears, our guilt, our insecurity, or the combination of those things swirled into each other. And when we start dealing with that stuff, it always comes back to us, which is why I'm so passionate about healing, because all of our issues come back to us. What's our fears? What's our insecurities? Because that's why we acting out the way we do, you know. And I agree. We're on point, on point.
All right, Kev. Well, I know you.
Thanks
I
for having the space.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. I'm gonna be on tomorrow though.
don't.
Tomorrow
Yeah,
Saturday,
I want
right?
to
Right.
thank you though for
Right.
your space this morning. Or
Yeah, for sure, man.
yeah, it's Saturday.
Good chatting with you all. I'm gonna
All right,
drop
all
out
right.
too. You guys have a great day.
All right, you too. You too. Thank y'all for
All right,
everything, man.
cool.
Thanks for visiting. Check me out tomorrow if
Absolutely.
y'all got the time. I
We'll
might have.
talk
I'm trying
some.
to think of a new something new tomorrow to talk about.
Okay. All right then.
Oh, it is New Year's though, so I don't see how that go. But it was gonna be New Year's Eve was countdown, so we'll see how that go. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, you enjoy it. I don't really. I celebrate the New Year in April, but I would enjoy your day. Be safe, and hope it's filled with love and blessings.
Oh yeah, for sure. Same here.
All right.
Well,